Big Ten football fans, we are on for the next 4 hours as we are each and every Monday night right here at the Voice of College Football, 6 p.m. Eastern time until 10. John D'Adamo takes over at 8. Full throttle on the Big Ten. And with 4 hours of talk, I'm going to make a prediction that just about no one will mention any bowl games outside of the college football playoff. That's where we have gone with college football. It's all going to be transfer portal. It's going to be a little recruiting. It's going to be a lot more transfer portal, and it's going to be some more transfer portal. Regardless of what you want to talk about, the link is in the chat. Give me a call. It's also in the description section of the videos. We've got a couple great guests talking Big Ten football, and I will explain to everyone a little bit later why picking up a transfer quarterback isn't necessarily the answer to your program's ills. Appreciate you all being here at the Voice of College Football. Consider Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App to keep us going and going strong. And of course, we will tell you a little bit more about some of our most recent content offerings as we move along. But let's get going here. We got Elliot Clough jumping in from Iowa Rivals. Elliot, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you, Mark?
I'm doing just fine. Appreciate you stopping by, getting us kicked off.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to join you. FYI, I am at my girlfriend's house. I don't know if you can see her dog in the background. Maybe. He tends to bark. So okay. if we catch that on the podcast, that will be why. I got my hand on the mute button just in case, though.
Well, we appreciate you standing by, but at the same time, hey, we've heard worse, we've seen worse, yeah, right. We've had all sorts of issues on here. No problem. Yeah, that we're all good. All right, Elliot. Well, I did notice here in the last couple of days, the various services, whether that's the Associated Press, the Football Writers Association of America, certainly have decorated their All-America teams with quite a bit of black and gold. For the Iowa Hawkeyes, Cooper DeJean, Tory Taylor, Jay Higgins being decorated either first or second team. The first two pretty unanimous first team selections. So say what you will, folks out there. Of course, none selected from the Iowa offense, of course, but still a pretty good representation for this football team.
Yeah, definitely. When looking at all these results, you can't be exactly surprised at the guys that have landed on those lists for Iowa. Jay Higgins among the leaders. I believe he leads the country in tackles in Power 5 football. Almost FBS. He's right there with a couple group of 5 guys. He may very well end the year with, I think, close to 170 tackles, if not at 170 tackles, which is unreal. I mean, Jack Campbell never did that at Iowa, and he's largely considered one of the best Hawkeyes ever, even just a year removed from his tenure in Iowa City. And then you look at Tory Taylor, who just won the Ray Guy Award for the best punter in the country. He's obviously got to be in there as well. And finally won the Ray Guy Award. He's been the best punter in the country, whether he's from this country or not, coming from down under, of course. But phenomenal season, regularly kicking the ball over 50 yards and placing it well. On top of that, it's not just booming kicks. He's excellent at placing the ball. Special teams, though it didn't exactly favor Iowa in the Big Ten championship with that big return. I think that was in the first or second quarter. I think it was the first quarter. It's just continually a guy that is going to do his job when he heads out on the field. And he received a standing ovation on senior day and the Joe Burrow treatment for a reason. For those of you who haven't seen the video, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when you see it. But then you look at a guy like Cooper DeJean, who did so much on both the defensive side of the ball and on special teams in terms of returns on punts, and very well probably should have been considered for more, including that Minnesota return for a touchdown. And then you can't forget Sebastian Castro, who was just named third team All-America today as well in the AP. But Cooper and Tory and Jay very much getting close to that consensus All-American, or they are essentially at that consensus All-American. And now Cooper and Tory en route to being unanimous All-Americans, first team All-Americans. So that says a lot about your football program. I mean, a kid coming over from Australia who nobody knew of before, Cooper, who's a kid from OABCIG High School in Northwest Iowa, only one FBS offer in coming from Iowa. And then Jay Higgins, who didn't play until this year in his career at Iowa. I believe Iowa was his only FBS offer. And then Sebastian Castro, if I'm not mistaken, very similar to, if not the exact same situation as Jay Higgins, although he did come from a different, I believe he's from Michigan. He's from Michigan or Illinois. I'd have to look that up. But it just continues to speak to the development of the Iowa football program, right? Like, this isn't stuff where they're signing the 4 and 5 stars and they're coming in and making an impact right away. Cooper DeJean was a high 3-star for us at Rivals, but generally those guys who get those high 3 stars don't end up as first team All-Americans, right? Like, he put that together. The staff put that together. And you could say the same thing about Jay Higgins too. Nobody saw this happening with Jay Higgins coming out of high school. His first offer was Ball State. And nothing against Ball State, but like, Cooper's first offer, I believe that he reported, was the University of Northern Iowa. Now, that's typically a great FCS program, but they're not producing guys like Cooper DeJean on a regular basis. So University of Iowa just continues to pump out these guys and develop these guys into being, well, Cooper's going to be a first-round NFL draft pick whether he decides to stay or go.
Yeah, and with football having the least number of games played, I've got a bit of a theory with All-American teams and with a lot of these awards that there is a lot of reputation built into it to start the season that has to be overcome, especially with linemen, because no statistics. And if a guy's got a reputation or doesn't have a reputation, they've got a lot to overcome. Now, of course, Torrey Taylor, all these guys earned it. So I'm in no way am I stating that by any stretch. And if anything, I remember Corey and I had the conversation when Jay Higgins was selected to go to Big Ten Media Days, that this is a strong indication of what Kirk Ferentz believes Jay Higgins is going to do this year. And he must really have made an impact. And he's ticketed for a big season, it appears. And that certainly was an understatement, that in particular. So there is that. So yeah, Jay Higgins in particular, just kind of overcoming, having to make a name for himself and to make it to that degree is pretty exceptional.
What I'll add to on the Jay Higgins conversation, the fact that he was not a finalist for the Butkus Award is an absolute travesty. And I think it speaks to what you're just saying there. Yeah, travesty. Oh, okay. Maybe a little hyperbolic, like maybe being a little too dramatic there, but like, led the country in tackles in his first year starting at middle linebacker at Iowa, and you're leaving him off the Butkus Award finalists. Come on. That's nothing more than stereotyping a guy from Iowa who went out there and clearly did his job and clearly did it at an incredibly high level in his first year starting. That was ridiculous. Let's focus on the positive, right? Him being an All-American, almost consensus All-American, working on it. But yeah, Jay was phenomenal this year in just about every way. I mean, stepping into that leadership role as well. Like, he told the media it was his defense. It was the way he was constructing things at that Mike linebacker spot for Iowa. And he took Nick Jackson. I don't know if under his wing is the right way to phrase it, but he took him in right away. Those two guys playing the Mike and the Will. And Nick came in as a transfer from Virginia and was the most valuable transfer on the roster by the end of the season. Nick was phenomenal, especially considering that everything was new to him going into the year. But and you have to give some credit to Jay Higgins there for sure.
Folks, we got Elliot Clough here breaking down Iowa football for us. You can join Elliot at Iowa Rivals. What's the best way to find that? Obviously, if people Google it, they're going to be able to go right to it. But any other plugs you want to chip in with here?
Sure. If you want to check out stuff on our site, it's just iowa.rivals.com. Super easy to find. You got stuff from myself, our publisher, Adam Jacoby, managing editor, Ross Binder there as well. And of course, you can find me on Twitter at Elliot Clough. You'll find links to just about everything there. We've got our podcast, Hotcast, that we put up 2 times a week. That's up on, well, it should be published here momentarily on YouTube as well. But we don't go from here. Wait till this is over. That's all I'm saying. And then tomorrow we post as a podcast, and that'll be on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Play, all those places. And but you can find all the links to my Twitter. It's just right there as you see it, at Elliot Clough, 1L1T, CLOUGH, Rough Tough Clough.
Oh, that's how we remember that. Very nice.
Yes. Okay. It's in my Twitter bio. It's Clough, like rough and tough.
So I am going to admit to being uninformed here, but I wanted to lead into a transfer portal conversation. I don't want to state anything erroneously here. I'm not finding it online, but is Deontay Vines ticketed for the transfer portal?
Yes, he's entered the portal.
Okay.
Yep.
I thought I saw that.
I believe he entered last week.
Oh.
Like last Monday, like the day that the portal opened, I believe.
Okay. All right. Then we probably did go over that last week, but I just seen that online and now I can't find it. So I was thinking, did I miss something here? Nope. In regards to fines and anybody else of note, where do we stand on the transfer portal list?
Well, you've got Vines. Ontario Thompson was the biggest surprise to me. He's really the only surprise on that list. The transfer from Iowa Western was hugely coveted coming out of Council Bluffs. He lands at Iowa, wanted to be at Iowa, and repeatedly reiterated that to us at media availability. The dude's an athletic freak. He's huge. I'd have to look up his measurables, but the dude did a backflip at media days. Like, he's a defensive tackle doing that type of stuff. And he had 2 block punts this year, was pretty much in line to be if not a starter, be in the rotation at defensive tackle. He entered the portal. I reported last week that YA Black is coming back. I got that from a source. So have to think that is why. That's why Ontario decided to hit the portal, because he didn't see as much opportunity for playing time, because it'd be YA, Aaron Graves, Ontario Thompson, Jeremiah Pittman, and potentially Luke Gaffney. And all of those guys were ahead of Ontario this year. And what we heard repeatedly from Kelvin Bell, defensive line coach at Iowa, Jay Neiman, assistant defensive line coach at Iowa, is that Ontario wasn't exactly picking things up the way he needed to. So I have to imagine that's why. Right now he's got offers from Oregon State, Indiana, and Kansas. That's who he's focusing on. He's got offers, FCS offers, Group of 5 offers as well, but that's who he's focusing on for now. You'd have to imagine part of it is NIL stuff too. That's just the way it goes. That's not, any sort of indictment on Ontario by any means. That's just the way things are in college football now. And I'm sad to see him go. I mean, I was really excited to see what he could do at Iowa. He's got 2 years of eligibility left. Wherever he goes, I'm sure he's going to make an impact. I believe he had an offer from Kansas out of high school as well. So that's probably where I would expect him to go. I haven't talked to him. I don't have any sources on that, but that's just my expectation based on what I know. And then, of course, you mentioned Deontay Vines. He entered the portal and got a Pitt offer like that. And, I have no desire to speak negatively of Deontay. That guy has been a pleasure to get to know this year. And he's been super open about not wanting to, or he stopped drinking alcohol within the last however many years because he wanted to improve his game. He had an uncle pass away of cancer this year, and he told us all about it. And Deontay's a first-class dude who just had some trouble, 1, getting on the field because of injuries, and 2, with drops this year. I can think of several passes off the top of my head that he dropped that he should have caught. And he got a Power 5 offer right away, which really surprised me. I want him to be successful more than anything, but we'll see where there's that dog. I'm going to go open the door so he can get out.
It took a while, at least. We got Elliot Clough here breaking down some Iowa Hawkeyes for us. Of course, Tennessee's the bowl date here in a few weeks. But continue to pontificate on
about that.
Deontay Vines.
Garage door opened. So here we go. So he's got the Pitt offer. I think of off the top of my head, UConn, UMass as well. I believe he's originally from Connecticut, so he's probably going to end up in the Northeast. And then you look at guys like Joe Labus, who everybody really saw entering the portal. quarterback who started that bowl game, led them to the 21-0 victory. Ultimately didn't get a chance this year behind Deacon Hill, which a lot of people took issue with in the fan base for sure. A little bit more mobile than Deacon. So take what you will and garner what you will from that. But I think he'll be successful somewhere, probably group of 5. He'll at least get a shot. I'd have to think off the top of my head. Jackson Filer is another guy that hit the portal. He was another Iowa Western transfer. He was the NJCAA Defensive Player of the Year. Chose Iowa over like 11 other offers that were FCS in group of 5. So I'd have to go ahead and take a look at, I think there's one more, but those are the ones that are notable. We had a huge conversation on Hotcast last week about the issue of Joe Labus entering the portal and what that says about Iowa and its quarterback development. Because here we are a year later where Joe Labus was the starter against Kentucky. And here we are with Iowa having 2 scholarship quarterbacks entering their playoff game for the second year in a row. And they're 2 different scholarship quarterbacks. Labus, Carson May were the 2 scholarship quarterbacks in that Kentucky bowl game. Here we are 2 years later, and it's Deacon Hill and it's Marco Lainez. And your starter was hurt in both games. Like, I think if there's any indictment of this issue of developing quarterbacks, getting them to stick around, and I don't know, you can't make everybody happy in college football, right? But like getting to develop quarterbacks, bringing them in and putting them into situations that make them successful. Like that's the bottom line, right? They're just not, they just haven't done it, especially over the last decade and a half.
Which leads me to this, Elliot. This team has a starting quarterback for next season, of course, Cade McNamara. And now they have a backup quarterback in Deacon Hill, who, regardless of how you evaluate his performance, has a lot of meaningful snaps under his belt in big games. I still think that this program should go out and get a transfer quarterback to compete or be a more serviceable backup, or compete with Cade McNamara, who I understand there's some level of accomplishment there, but he's not a top-notch quarterback. Do you see them doing that?
Mark, if I had to put odds on it, I'd probably say 60-40 that they don't, because they'll have 4 scholarship quarterbacks. They'll have Cade, they'll have Deacon, they'll have Marco Lainez and James Reeser coming in 2024. And then they've got Tommy Paholski as a walk-on. Well, they have 5 quarterbacks, 4 on scholarship. I don't see them thinking that 5th scholarship at the quarterback position is as valuable as it could be used elsewhere in the portal. That's really what it comes down to. And 2, Kirk also has repeatedly defended Deacon almost like with his life, because Deacon was so bad. You almost have to be that dramatic and say with his life, because Deacon was a statue back there. Deacon was completing 35% of his passes at one point in time. His QBR was like 1 during the first half of a game this year, like literally 0-1. It couldn't have been worse. And so, and Kirk continued to defend him. Yeah, they went out and got Deacon last year, but like, and especially if their OC is Paul Chryst, if that's who they bring in, all the more reason they run with Deacon Hill, because Chryst was the head coach when they signed Hill at Wisconsin. And if they retain John Budmeyer on top of that, they both like Cade McNamara. As far as I can tell, I haven't heard anything about that with Chryst, but they both like Deacon. James Reeser, I've really been impressed with. I'm excited to see what he does. And Marco Lainez is another guy that I think could get there. But how much do you trust Iowa football development at the end of the day, right? With quarterbacks, it just goes back to that last conversation. So I think they're just going to put that value elsewhere, whether it's on the defense, a defensive back, whether it's a receiver. I just don't see them using more than 4 scholarships on a quarterback. And people are clamoring for that. People want that. I just don't see it happening. I think they see value in Cade. I think they see value in Deacon Hill getting those snaps. And I think they see value in that first year in the program for Marco Lainez. to where they're comfortable with where they're at quarterback. And like, if you go out and get a transfer, like, how do you manage the egos in that room, right? Because Cade left Michigan because he wasn't the guy anymore, right? And he kind of just needs that, from what I understand, what I've been told. He just kind of needs to know that he is that guy, that security. 2, Deacon. Well, one, they're like I said, they're comfortable with Deacon and him getting that starting or those starting snaps this year. And I believe, wouldn't be surprised if Deacon sees that as value to the point of like, I started. Why the hell are you bringing somebody else in to be his number 2? I've already started games. I led us to 10 wins. I took us to a bowl game against Tennessee that they may very well win. And then you look at Marco and it's like, well, I've spent a year here. Am I going to be the starter at any point? Same thing for James coming in. Like, do you not trust me to take over in 2 or 3 years? Like, and with quarterbacks, I don't mean specifically these quarterbacks. I mean quarterbacks in general. Egos are just a huge part of that. Sure. And there's only one on your roster.
Yeah.
There's only one that gets to play, or not only one on your roster, only one that gets to play.
Yeah, it's completely different than any other position.
Exactly.
In that, just in a number of ways, but specifically from a numbers standpoint.
Exactly. You can't take a right tackle who's not playing and put him at right. Like, it's not the same thing. You can't say, oh, the quarterback's not working out, we're going to Marvin McNutt it and put him at wide receiver. Like, you can't do that with all your quarterbacks, right? That just aren't seeing the field. And I think they're transitioning more into bringing in athletes at quarterback. James Reeser being one. I mean, he's in Florida, so he's already started his track season, if that tells you anything. Mm-hmm. And he's a quarterback, and he's been able to run like 10.6 in the 100. Didn't qualify for state in Florida, by the way, when that would be like a perennial state champ in Iowa. But he's been able to run 10.6 as a quarterback. He's had some health issues, but like, they are leaning more of that athlete route. I don't think he wants to come in and play wide receiver, though, right?
Yeah, and so I say that totally understanding what you're talking about concerning not needlessly upsetting the room, the culture, all of that. But at the same time, head coaches are dealing with this obviously all over the place. And if you liken yourself as a competitive team, a team that is in search of staying in championship contention, these are the type moves that are being made across the country. Again, strategically, not just like, oh, we'll just bring in all sorts of talent and fill up every position and piss people off and so forth. Not in a reckless way, but at the same time, their quarterback situation is, if Cade's healthy and if he is as productive as he was his one Michigan starting season, hey, that would be a good position for them to be in. But you can't just ride a precarious type situation that's one play away from, again, having arguably the worst quarterback situation in the Big Ten.
Yeah. You said it, Mark. But whether or not that happens is the question, right? Whether or not I would be quite surprised if they do bring in a transfer quarterback. I'll say it like that. Sure. I mean,
I agree.
Everything that I listed out, I'm not saying that they shouldn't. What I'm saying is that I'd be surprised if they did. Yeah. And I don't know. It obviously all depends on where else that other scholarship goes, right? Because if you're bringing in another Nick Jackson, then, as somebody who watches the team and like, sign me up. Nick Jackson was phenomenal this year, and he was integral in what they wanted to do. If you're using it to bring back Jay Higgins or to bring back Cooper DeJean, then I'll have nothing to say about it. But if Iowa gets to a point next year where Cade now has had surgery on 2 ACLs, he had that thigh issue. I believe did he have a shoulder as well? I might be wrong. I don't think so.
That actually sounds right.
Did he? Okay. He may have had a shoulder. He may have had a shoulder issue
at Michigan.
Right.
Anyway, yeah.
He's had these injuries. Deacon Hill was Deacon Hill this year. what if you end up in a situation where you're playing Washington and Deacon Hill is your starter? You don't have a chance in hell in that game. I don't know who their quarterback's going to be, but like then you go from the Big Ten West where that, it flew, it worked. You won 10 games. Well, obviously, I know Nick Jackson's not coming back.
Corey,
I mean,
stop him.
I meant as in go get a Nick Jackson out of the portal, somebody who's that good. So hopefully nobody else understood it as that. But as I was saying, it's going to be tough as hell to win with this new Big Ten, and Deacon Hill is your starter. It just is. No conferences. Like, good luck. If you're willing to bet your season on that, man, we'll see how it shakes out for you. I don't see it going well.
Elliot, where are the real borderline on the fence NFL draft decisions?
That
those guys?
is, yeah. So it's Jay Higgins, Cooper DeJean, Sebastian Castro. Those are the ones that come to mind right away. But then, of course, they may not come to mind now because they've been injured for so long. But then you look at Eric All, you look at Luke Lachey. Eric, I believe, has a year of eligibility due to COVID. And then Luke Lachey was a junior this year. Those guys are going to be the big ones. And I feel like I'm missing one. We just listed them out today. Let me go ahead and look at this list that we've got. Jay Higgins, Sebastian Castro, Eric All, Cooper, Jamari Harris, and Quinn Schulte. Those are the big ones. Now, I look at this list, and I think of all the guys that would be more inclined to come back, I think Quinn Schulte is almost a guarantee. Then Jamari Harris is a guy that probably should come back, but was very, very good just a couple years ago before getting hurt. And then Luke Lachey, has he done enough to get picked up by an NFL team? I think so, but it is going to be a mid-round pick. Next year, he comes back, he stays healthy, he works his way. I mean, even with that tight end U reputation just attached to him, that'll help him, ease his way up in the draft. Eric All has been in college for what it feels like a long time. I don't have a gauge of what he's going to do. I really don't. I'd probably be surprised. Honestly, like, I don't think there's a scenario where he comes out of this and I'm not surprised by what he does, whether he goes to the NFL, whether he stays. Jay Higgins, Sebastian Castro, Cooper DeJean. I think those are scenarios where if you're Kirk Ferentz, you gotta be the guy that you want. If I'm in a situation like that with Kirk Ferentz as a guy that I trust, I want him to tell me the truth. And for me, the truth with those three is you need to go to the NFL right now because your stock's not going to get any higher.
Elliot, I asked you to put odds on the quarterback situation and whether they would bring in a transfer. I was going to follow that up once I saw a comment from Corey in the chat to put odds on whether Corey was going to crash this conversation, because I knew that it was about 9-1 in favor. I knew that one of us would say something that was going to have to be responded to.
No, I'm not trying to call him, but I just wanted to clarify
Absolutely.
my comment.
You're always welcome.
My comment in the chat regarding Nick Jackson. Elliot, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I was told here a couple days ago that there is a chance that Nick Jackson does come back because of the situation with the Virginia season that was cut short due to the shooting. And there are other players on that team that were part of his class that have already announced they're coming back with hopes that the NCAA will approve a waiver. So seniors that were on that team basically got a free waiver for an extra year, but the NCAA did not hand down a decision on anybody, on any underclassmen. And so I just said, we had to talk to Brad Heinrichs here a couple of days ago on my show. And that's what Brad expressed. So I don't take that for law, but it sounds like they got a shot at bringing both linebackers back.
And just to clarify this, and I have total sympathy for that situation. It's a horrific situation. But eligibility for missing 2 games out of 12 that they would be granted an extra year. They didn't have a chance of going to a bowl game. They were 3-7.
What year was that, Mark?
22.
Okay. Yeah, it was 22. I'm just telling you what they did for the seniors that were on that team. They did that for the seniors that were on that team, and apparently some of Nick Jackson's peers have announced they're returning. I don't know if that's to Virginia or if that's somewhere else. But I just heard that. I just wanted to clarify why I wasn't trying to be sarcastic with that comment. It sounds like that, and that was news to me too. When Brad mentioned that, and you guys are talking about the portal, it just it doesn't sound like they're going to have many scholarships, if any, to hand out if they can get as many guys back as they're hoping to.
Right. So in that scenario, Corey, do you see them using? I'm sorry, we're getting you in on here. Do you see them using a 5th scholarship for quarterback?
No, I don't.
Right. That's what I said too.
No, I don't think so. You got to keep in mind they're not losing anybody, Mark. They're not losing any quarterbacks. So unless Deacon Hill enters the portal in January, they're not losing anybody. So they're not going to go.
Did you hear my argument for going after a transfer portal quarterback?
But I mean, you can't, unless they push someone out, they're not just going to stockpile quarterbacks until they find one they like. They have one they like in Cade. And frankly, I think Marco Lainez, he surpassed Joe Labus during the season. All right. That is fact. So I would hope that means that by the time he gets through spring practice next spring and gets through another fall camp, that he would be ready. And I would hope that he'd be ahead of Deacon Hill by next fall, frankly. Now, part of that's going to, I think, come down to who the next quarterback is, or excuse me, who the next OC is, quarterback's coach. But no, they're not bringing anybody else in. I would be shocked if they did that.
All right. I wanted to hit you guys up with 2 quick items, and we've got Marty Leap from Rivals, Penn State Rivals, standing by as well. And I'm glad, Corey, you jumped on, because I can get both of your gauges on the atmosphere in the room or the vibe in the stadium from a Hawkeye side. In both of you soaking up this game, you're covering this game, but you're soaking up as supporters of the team this game that was just the epitome of everything we predicted it would be. Maybe not to the exact score, but it was kind of not the ultimate worst case scenario, but a pretty bad worst case scenario of what the offense was going to not do and what the defense was going to be able to do, but kind of this slow grind death to the way it concluded 26-0.
Well, as far as the entire year is concerned, not just this game, but the entire year is concerned, to me, this year played out almost exactly how I anticipated it from a balance standpoint or lack thereof. I think maybe a little bit more extreme on each side. I think I expected the defense to take more of a hit, losing Campbell and losing Seth Benson and Riley Moss and those guys. And obviously, people like Nick Jackson and Jay Higgins and, just all the way around. Cooper was that much better when he was healthy this year. So, I think the defense was every bit as good as it was last year, which I didn't necessarily expect. And then the offense was no better, frankly. I mean, they had a couple of games here or there where they ran the ball better. And part of that was injuries, absolutely. Elliot mentioned Eric All, and, of course, Cade McNamara. So they got to 10 wins. And then as far as the Michigan game is concerned, I mean, Elliot, did you no, there wasn't really much in that game that surprised me other than let's see, what surprised me?
An 87-yard punt return by Michigan.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have your best gunner in Cooper DeJean there. I mean, it doesn't shock me,
Sure.
It's unfortunate. I would have liked to have seen what the game was like had that not happened. But this to me, it was nothing like the Minnesota game. I heard people equating, well, we got killed out of 2 games from the officials. You lost 26-0. No, I'm not. I don't care about, I understand the bad call on the no roughing. That was absolutely should have been a roughing the passer call on whoever that was that slammed Deacon down to the ground. By the way, whoever that guy is ought to be trying out for WWE, because Deacon's a big boy, and he picked that big boy up and slammed him on his back.
And then went like this.
Yeah, I know. I love it when guys do
Come
that,
on.
right? So And then the fumble was obviously not the best, but it played out the way I expected. Elliot.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the glaring thing after that game was that they didn't open up the offense like at all. An iota, like Brian Ferentz's last Big Ten game, the Big Ten championship. You have a chance to upset. Yeah. What?
I'll tell you,
nothing.
That's called. It was almost. That's disgraceful, is what it was.
It's almost more. I lost my train of thought, but like it's embarrassing. Like
here it is.
I just don't get it.
It's more of an indication to me, Elliot, that not that anybody was holding anybody back for the last few years. It's that we really don't know we don't know how to open it up. Like, I think that's the bottom line, because I think some people have and even I did to an extent, that hey, it's his last game. Even Kirk's going to allow Brian to open things up now. And if Brian's been holding anything back, he's not going to hold anything back in this game. But you're right. They came out there and did the exact same thing they've done for the last 3 years. I don't think they have anything to open. I really don't. I don't think they have any idea as it relates to wrinkles and what it means to open up an offense or get innovative offensively. They're going to need a play caller that can actually understand the passing game, because they don't have one right now.
And that has Kirk's trust to, install some of those wrinkles. Because, I mean, the only wrinkle that we really saw this year was Cooper DeJean in a Northwestern game, and they won that game 10-7. But
Elliot, we know you need to run. We appreciate you stopping by, Elliot. Everybody join Elliot at Iowa Rivals. And again, it's iowa.rivals.com, correct? Bingo.
You got it.
There you go. That's the place to be. Elliot, thanks for dropping by. Always appreciated.
Definitely. Thanks, guys.
Corey and I get together every Tuesday night, folks. 5:30 Eastern Time, 4:30 Central, over on the Iowa channel for Hawkeyes Live. So don't miss that. You're only one day away. Corey and I get together again, Hawkeyes Live, 5:30 Eastern every Tuesday, and Corey's show and content there from the Hawkeye of the Storm. Corey, thanks for dropping by. Anything else that you want to get at before we get together in about 24 hours?
Not really. I'm going to be posting a video on my channel here in a few minutes, but I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's currently in the transfer portal. He's a Power 5 athlete, and he found a new home. But I just want to make, like, for anybody that doubts this, and I mean, you don't have to, I think it's pretty obvious by firsthand testimony out there that this is the case, but this is just further solidification. He was getting calls from head coaches prior to the window opening. Like, let's not fool ourselves on this crap. Like, I know that, I love it when we see these things on social media about, oh, there's reported tampering. It's like, come on, these guys are tampering every day. Every single day, they're violating the rules. The rules don't get enforced. The NCAA is a disaster. So, anyways, and this young man, I consider him a good friend. He was not a starter at the Power 5 school he played at. He did play for this Power 5 program. This is a good Power 5 program that finished above 500. But like, he announced he was in the portal, and before the portal window, or he was going into the portal before the portal window ever opened, he had head coaches calling him from Power 5, or excuse me, from G5 and Division I schools. So that's the era we're in, and there is so much going on. I saw earlier today that Dylan Raiola now he's apparently being rumored to flip to Nebraska. So, like, not that he has any. He's not signed anywhere, so Nebraska can do what they want. But I'm guessing that there's a lot of money. I just can't imagine how much money is being thrown out there. But if anybody missed our live show we did with Brad Heinrichs, who's the CEO of the Swarm, Iowa's NIL collective, go check it out, because there's a lot of interesting, not just for Iowa fans, but for college football fans, a lot of interesting information that he shared from a different point of view via the NIL standpoint.
All right, Corey, good to have you jump on. We will see you in about 24 hours.
Okay. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Corey. Corey Bradda from the Hawkeye of the Storm, Iowa Hawkeyes Live, Tuesdays, 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central. Join us there. We've got Marty Leap here to talk some Penn State football. Marty, good to see you, and thanks for your patience.
Absolutely, Mark. Always excited to be on.
Yeah, thanks for dropping by. There's a bowl game. Penn State and Ole Miss get together as 10-2 football teams on I don't even remember the date because the bowl matchups are a bit skewed this year because of January 1st for the playoff games, even though there's a couple. So when is the Ole Miss matchup?
January 30th at noon. So kicks the day off on the final Saturday of the year.
Okay, December 30th at noon. All right, very good. So for as important as those games used to be, it's like that's just completely on the back burner. I started this show tonight, Marty, by claiming that I guarantee that nobody will ask me a question about any bowl games outside of the playoff. It's all going to be transfer portal and so forth. So where is the Penn State list stand right now in terms of transfer portal losses?
Well, so far they've only lost, they've only lost 2 players on scholarship to the transfer portal. Wide receiver Christian Driver, the son of Donald Driver, but he was way down on the depth chart and only played in 1 or 2 games in his 2 years on campus. And the punter Alex Paqueta, who came in as a scholarship punter a few years ago, but Penn State last year in the portal landed Riley Thompson out of FAU. Thompson was phenomenal this year, averaged like 46 or 47 yards per punt, and still has 2 years of eligibility left. So, neither of those came as a surprise. Honestly, they both were probably expected, especially the Paqueta move. So, so far Penn State has not been hit hard by the portal. And that's one thing, since the transfer portal really has started to come into being these last few years, one thing James Franklin and his staff have done a tremendous job of is retaining this roster. I don't think, really, other than the first year of the portal, they lost Jawan Johnson, who was a starting receiver, now tight end for the New Orleans Saints, to Oregon. Outside of that, I don't think they've ever lost a key contributor out of their 2 deep to the portal. And that just speaks well of the culture that's cultivated here, the relationship this coaching staff has with their roster. And one thing too, in recent years with NIL, where Penn State has really focused on NIL, is making sure, they're not going to commit a ton of money to these high school prospects like some schools do. They want to make sure their guys who are here are getting taken care of. So I think all of that kind of bundles up into that. But so far, Penn State has not been hit by the portal much at all.
We would be hard-pressed to find another Power 5 school, let alone one that's winning 10 games a year, that has only lost 1 impact player in the portal since this got up and running about 3 years ago. In terms of targets out there, whether those are specific guys or areas, positions of need, where do you think this could go?
Well, I'll start with offensive tackle Alan Heron, transfer from Division II Shorter University, committed to Penn State today, coming off a visit over the weekend. Excuse me. He was a player who has generated a lot of Power 5 interest since entering the portal. 6'6", about 310, so a lot of good tools there to work with. He'll probably have a legitimate shot at being their starting right tackle next year, assuming Caden Wallace moves on to the NFL. I think they'll continue to look for another offensive lineman because you can never have too many guys in the trenches. Chase Basantis, the freshman All-American from Texas A&M, probably named to watch. Originally from New Jersey, Penn State was heavily involved in that recruitment, and he has a great relationship with Penn State offensive line coach Phil Troutwine, so you'll probably see him pop up for a visit. Move away from the offensive line, the wide receiver. I mean, anyone who's watched Penn State this year, anyone who listened to you and I talk about the team throughout the season, not going to be surprised to hear that. Andre Green, a former top 100 prospect who only played in 3 games this past year with North Carolina, but had a good freshman season with them in 2021, was on campus for a visit over the weekend. It looks like Green to Penn State very well may be more of a question of when, not if. So, he hasn't proven a ton, but just the talent's there. He knows the staff extremely well. Anyone who is a Penn State fan at all, the elephant in the room is Julian Fleming, the former 5-star from Southern Columbia in Pennsylvania, which is right up the road from Happy Valley, who, despite visiting Penn State approximately 800 times in high school, chose the Buckeyes instead. Now in the portal, he has already visited. Was not an official visit, though, which to me is intriguing that he still has that official visit to Penn State if he wants it. He's also going to visit Nebraska. Word is a lot of people in his family would like him to transfer back to Penn State for his final year. That would be a great addition for this receiver room. He put up some strong numbers at Ohio State. I think in 4 years had something like 1,300 yards and like 20 scores. And those numbers even somewhat diluted because the wide receiver room he was in. So, Fleming will be a name to watch, but they're going to go hard after receivers. Jalen Lucas from Indiana, All-American return man, another player to watch who I think, they would use him in kick return, but also as kind of a gadget all over the place, do a little bit of everything kind of guy on offense. Defensively, they're going to look for a defensive tackle. The defensive tackle room is going to get hit pretty hard by graduation this year. Cornerback, they're set to lose your top 3 guys in Kalen King, Johnny Dixon, and Daquan Hardy. So I would expect them to pursue a cornerback as well. But ultimately, they're in a pretty good spot. If you are, like you said, Mark, if you're a school that's winning 10 games a year, odds are you probably don't have a lot of needs that need addressed in the portal. And that's where Penn State's at. They'll take everybody they can get a wide receiver. They addressed their needed offensive tackle already in Heron, and I think they would gladly take another offensive tackle if possible. Could use a DT, could use a cornerback, but for the most part, their roster's in a pretty good spot going into next year. So while I think they'll be active, maybe a kicker as well because you're losing Alex Felkins. I don't think it'll be super crazy, but I would expect them to still bring in probably 2 or 3 receivers and then a defensive tackle, a corner, and maybe a kicker if they can find one.
So that said, let's turn our attention to the more traditional player acquisition with National Signing Day coming up in a couple of weeks. Let's see. It's only 1 week from Wednesday, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So we're only 1 week away from Wednesday. I believe that's the 20th. So tremendous class as it stands right now. Do we expect much to be decided between now and then, or is this class pretty well solidified?
I think it's pretty well solidified. The only guy I would watch, and I apologize because I know I'm going to butcher the name, is a JUCO corner from California, Sione Luau, I believe is how you pronounce it. He is committed to Oregon. When he committed to Oregon, it came down to the Ducks and Penn State. He liked Penn State a lot, has a great relationship with their coaching staff. I know Penn State's still trying to chip away there. If I had to guess, I'd guess he signs with Oregon, but they're going to keep chipping away at him until signing day. But otherwise, it's going to be pretty drama-free, which you're happy with. I see a lot of fans say about Penn State not finishing strong this year in recruiting. And, I mean, their class right now, 247 Sports has them ranked 13th. The Rivals, we have them, I think, like 8th or 9th. On 3 has them about 10th or 11th. So no matter where you look, it's a top 8 to 15 class, which is really good. But when you don't they haven't had a commitment, I think, since like July or August. And it's just they hit on their targets, wrap this class up, and they're happy. So, how it is. It's very much a what have you done for me recently kind of thing. And there hasn't been much movement in the last few months. And Penn State's coaches are fine with that. They hit on most of their top targets this cycle. They're bringing in a really good class. And they're very happy with it. And they're going to be ecstatic with the class they will sign here in a little over a week.
I hate what's happened with these bowl games in regards to perception. Although the TV ratings haven't suffered much, I think people still tune them on because they love to watch football, and especially during the holidays. So people just flip them on and watch them. But in terms of the importance put on them and the final ranking, the record, all of that, of course, the opt-outs cause people to raise their eyebrows in terms of the legitimacy of the results. Where do you stand on this Ole Miss matchup, and how important is it to you and to the Penn State nation that you interact with?
I think part of this is just James Franklin being good at his job and finding ways to make these things feel important. I think a lot of the fan base, and I'm sure the team, the team's going to be motivated to win. You always want to win, right? But I think the fan base is as well, because the twofold. Which this surprised me. I found this out. It's the first time Penn State's ever played in the Peach Bowl, which I would have assumed at some point in the 70s or 80s, even into the 90s, they would have wound up in the Peach Bowl. And B, if Penn State wins, they will be the only program in college football who has won all 6 New Year's Six Bowls. No school has ever won the Fiesta, Sugar, Cotton, Rose, Peach, and Orange Bowl. And Penn State's won 5 of the 6. The Peach is the one they haven't. And that's something James Franklin has been hammering ever since this game was announced last week, was the opportunity to become the only program who has won all 6 New Year's Six Bowls. So I think those 2 factors are motivating for everybody. Thus far, Chop Robinson is the only opt-out, again, under Franklin. And I think it speaks volumes to the culture he has cultivated within this program. Outside of that 2021 season, which is the year of people who forgot, and I wish I could, when they started 5-0 and looked like they were going to blow Iowa out of the water, and then Sean Clifford got hurt and the entire season came unglued. That Outback Bowl, they had a ton of opt-outs, but it was the Outback Bowl. That team was just ready to have that season over with after everything that occurred in November and late October. Outside of that, they have not had many opt-outs. Last year, Joey Porter Jr. didn't play in the Rose Bowl, and part of that was because he got hurt at the end of the year. Everyone else played. The Fiesta Bowl against Washington in 2017, the Rose Bowl the year before that, the Cotton Bowl against Memphis, they had no opt-outs in those games. So I don't expect there to be very many outside of Robinson, who's already announced. Maybe Kalen King opts out. Other than that, though, I think you're going to see the full boat. It's expected. Even Olu Fashanu is going to play. Now, how much he plays, I don't know. One thing, and again, just goes back to James's style. He's always done a good job of his guys who play in the bowl game of having them on a bit of a pitch count. Don't like the Fiesta Bowl against Washington back in 2017. Saquon Barkley played, but only played like 20 snaps. Last year in the Rose Bowl, guys like Jair Brown were only played like 25, 30 snaps. So he's going to make sure you're not going to get overtaxed and risk getting injured while still helping your team try and win the game. So I'm excited for the game. But I'm like you said, I love football. Like, I'm going to watch the game no matter what. I'm going to watch bowl games because it's just what you're going to do. But yeah, Ole Miss is a cool opponent too because, the Penn State and Ole Miss obviously don't play each other very often. And you look at Penn State's schedule, if they beat Ole Miss, this will be the best one they've had this year. And I think they're two very similar teams where, obviously Penn State has much more of the tradition and even a recent year success than Ole Miss, but they're two teams that are 10-2, who both of their losses came against two of the 5 or 6 best teams in the country. And for the most part, Penn State did blow out everybody else they played other than Indiana. And Ole Miss, I know most of their wins are pretty lopsided as well. So I think it's two evenly matched teams. It's strength on strength, that Ole Miss offense against this Penn State defense. Lane Kiffin is one of my favorite people in college football. I think he's wildly entertaining in addition to being a good coach. So yeah, I think it'll be a great game. I expect Penn State to be up for this game. And, if nothing else, you're heading into this 12-team playoff era. And, I've discussed it. There may not be a team in the country who's going to benefit more from this than Penn State. If you can go into that with the momentum of a bowl win, back-to-back 11-win seasons, and to give them 11 wins in 5 of the last 8 years, there's a lot to build off of there if you can pull this out.
I tend to remember scores and matchups and bowl games and all that, and I do not remember any Penn State Ole Miss games. I would almost lay my mortgage on this being the first meeting, certainly post 1980, because I would have remembered that. Now, they may have played back in the 50s or something, and I'll look this up in just a second, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is the first matchup ever.
It is the first matchup ever between the programs. Yeah, because I was thinking that same thing when it was announced. I'm like, man, they never ran into like the Outback or the Citrus or anything. And yeah, it's the first ever matchup between the two programs. So again, that's part of what, I hate where the bowl season to an extent's been devalued because that's part of what makes bowl season fun. Like last year, Penn State had never played Utah until the Rose Bowl. Is seeing these teams that you normally don't play and that you either have never played or maybe haven't played in 30, 40, 50 years. That's part of the fun of bowl season is seeing different opponents.
And by extension, for people that care about this sort of thing, and based on the comments we get in the comment section, a lot of people do, although others are completely turned off by it, making some kind of an evaluation of these conferences based on there being 9, 10, 11 games in a conference played against other Power 5 opponents that are like seeded.
Yeah. And I think moving forward, that's just going to become an even bigger thing when, starting next year, let's be honest, it's going to be the Big 2 and everybody else. Right. And I think you're really going to see that Big 10 versus SEC, I don't know if you want to call it rivalry or whatever it is, really start the bud in postseason play because, look at this year. If this was next year, the college football playoff would be 2 Big 10 schools and 2 SEC schools. And I think a lot of years in that 12-team playoff, that Final Four is going to come down to, all SEC and Big 10 schools. It's just that's where the money's at. That's where these elite premier programs are going. So I do think moving forward, that's something we may see grow as this rivalry competition, whatever we want to call it, between the Big 2 for what conference, is quote unquote the best and proving it on the field. All
right, folks, catch Marty Leap's work at Penn State Rivals. He knows what he's talking about. Anything in particular you'd like to highlight?
No, I mean, obviously with signing day here, a little bit over a week away, we'll be diving in a little bit deeper detail on each player, some film breakdown of the recruiting class, things like that. Also for the offensive guy, I mean, will be both ways now that they're looking for a defense coordinator also, but a little more fun to talk about this offensively, where these guys can fit into the new scheme with Andy Caldwell-Nicky, the new offensive coordinator. And obviously, whenever they get a new defensive coordinator hired, which I would expect to be within the next couple of days, we'll have you covered on all fronts there. And, for names that we've heard that are interested in the job or could be candidates, head over. We've got you covered on that front as well.
Okay, Marty. Always appreciate you answering the call.
Absolutely, Mark. I'm sure we'll talk soon.
Sounds good. Marty Lee, Penn State rivals. And before we get to our next call, want to hit these super chats. We've got Adam checking in. Adam, thank you so much for the 15 spot there. The transfer portal encourages snowflakes to leave when they don't start or get the role they want. It discourages the values of perseverance, overcoming adversity, and competition. So, Adam, I would say that I largely agree with what you're saying there. Okay. There is a lot of validity to what you were stating right there. However, let's also understand that over the course of these players' lives, just as the rest of us have experienced in the work world, I had a first job in terms of my career jobs. I'm not talking about working at a grocery store. I'm talking about career jobs. And what did I do when I found a better job? I left. I went to another job because they paid me more and I liked the opportunity better. And then, I was there for a few years, and guess what I did? I went to another job because they paid more and I liked the opportunity better. And in the meantime, guess what happened? I was probably offered a dozen jobs. Chattanooga, Tennessee, Little Rock, Arkansas, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Mobile, Alabama, Evansville, Indiana, and a bunch of other places. What did I do? I turned them down because they weren't quite what I was looking for. But then when I got another opportunity, what did I do? Took that job. So let's also understand that we are doing the same things within our careers from day to day. We are taking better opportunities for more money. So yes, there is going to be competition. So this is a misnomer to a certain extent about the transfer portal, because I believe at first, yes, we were seeing especially quarterbacks flee certain situations, because let's understand the quarterback situation is different than any other position on the field because only one plays. So if you're an offensive lineman and you don't like the playing time at your particular school, you're probably not going to be able to go to a like school and play, because if you can't make the 6 or 7 man rotation along the offensive line, then you're going to have to drop down to a lower level of team to be able to play, most likely. Because if you can't make the top 7 where you are, then you better move on or compete harder. So the quarterback position is different. Players have been able to assess that and say, man, there's 2 guys in front of me and they're pretty darn good and they've got experience. I'm not getting past those 2 guys and I don't want to sit here for 3 years. So they've moved on. But now we get to a place where I think these players are running into competition wherever they go, regardless of where you go, unless you are, I'm just putting teams out there just to give you an idea of what type of level of schools I'm talking about. If you're a wide receiver at Penn State and you're not getting playing time, and then you decide to go to Appalachian State and you're getting playing time, well, you made your decision for that particular reason, knowing that you were going to pick up some playing time in leaving. But if you want to stay at the same level, and go to a like school, you're going to find competition just about everywhere at every position. If you're a defensive back at Oregon and you think you can transfer to USC or transfer to Penn State or transfer to Georgia and not see as much competition or more than you're experiencing now, well, then you don't know what's going on. So let's also understand that some of these transfer portal moves are coming for two other reasons. Not just because the players see the competition in the room where they're currently located and want to find a better opportunity to play, but also because, you know what? I'm not saying that this happens as much as the players initiating the leave, but some of the coaches are pushing the players out. Okay. You're not performing up to our standards. You may want to look for an opportunity somewhere else. So let's understand that that happens too. And it's not uncommon. And then let's also understand that some players can stay put right where they're at. They're performing well. They're going to be the starter, but they can make more money going somewhere else. So see ya. All right. Adam coming back with this one as well. Mark, why is Washington in the playoff? They have no defense and would get pummeled by Georgia or Ohio State. Well, Adam, I believe we've had this conversation when you've called. And I agree with the second portion of that statement. I don't know about pummeled, but I believe Ohio State and Georgia are both decidedly better teams than Washington. I've been saying that the entire season. The 4 best teams aren't in the playoff. However, Washington plays in a Power 5 conference. They won the conference championship and they're undefeated. And I know that those are the same qualifications that Florida State has, but we're not talking about Florida State right now. So I don't think I need to explain why they're in the playoff. Those qualifications have reached the playoff, I believe, 12 times in a row before Florida State. So now we have 14 out of 15 occasions in which a team in the Power 5 has gone undefeated and won the conference championship. And again, 14 of those 15 teams have marched on to the playoff, because what else are they supposed to do? So they are rightfully in the playoff based on accomplishment, based on earning the right and the accomplishment. They should be in the playoff. Are they better than those other 2 teams? I don't believe so. You obviously don't believe so, but I don't want the playoff to be based on what I think. I want to be based on objective criteria. All right, Adam, we thank you so much for your contribution. Joey's here.
What's going on, Mark?
What is going on tonight?
Same old stuff, buddy. Just college football, right? Hey, I want to discuss your 2 super chats there from Adam. The second super chat, I agree with you, with Adam there, Adam there. But the first super chat, I agree 100% with Adam, and disagree with you about 80%.
Okay.
Because those jobs that you say, well, I got offered better pay and things and a better opportunity, so I left and went to them. You probably didn't do that after 1 year in a program or 1 year at a job. And you probably didn't do that when they were offering you a $100,000 education for free and room and board and everything else that you're offered as a football player. So, that's where I disagree with you, Mark. They get a lot, even if they don't get on the field.
Oh, I totally understand. And I argued that for a number of years when people were, before NIL was made legal, and according to the rules, when people would call in and complain about the athletes made nothing, that they got no compensation. And I said, well, wait a minute. They're compensated with a very valuable education that's worth a lot of money. And for any family, whether that's the parents or the students themselves had to pay for everything, or the combination of such, because I've been through it like millions of Americans, both as a student and as a parent. Don't tell me that it wouldn't be valuable for son or daughter to have gained a college diploma and a scholarship, having paid nothing, no room and board, nothing for the education. Yes, that's extremely valuable. Absolutely.
Yeah, and one thing I worry about with a lot of these football players that are transferring, because obviously everyone can't go into NFL and make millions. So they got to go out there in the real world. And they're transferring from teams like Notre Dame to go play for, I don't know, a group of 5 team that maybe it's not going to, when you go on a job, probably be a lot better to hand them a Notre Dame diploma than it would be to hand them a diploma from, a small group of 5 school. So I think that I think they messed up a lot of ways with this. But you know my thoughts on NIL. I like NIL and agree with it. I just think they need to take out the pay for play rule. Just say, okay, yeah, they're getting paid anyway. Remove that rule and let them be tied to a university, a team, a state, or whatever, and they have to play for those years. There's no one in the in the world that can start a job and then be offered another job and leave and take everything they got from their first job. That to like a player might sign a $1 million NIL deal, right? He can take that $1 million and leave immediately. So it's ridiculous, I think. So, but I wanted to come on tonight. I'm not going to hold your show up because this is a Big Ten show, and hello all Big Ten fans. But I wanted to stop in just for a second to invite everyone over to the new Big 12 channel. We're going to have some new shows coming up on the Big 12 channel. Clint Foster, who's absolutely fantastic. Look up Clint Foster on YouTube and watch some of his videos. He's hilarious. But he does a show on Tuesday nights, every Tuesday night on the Big 12 channel. You've got to get over and see that show. It's awesome. And this week, starting Thursday night at 7 o'clock, we're going to have a new show called Big 12 Fan Zone. And it's going to be myself along with the co-host. His name is Shane. I want all of y'all to meet him. So be sure and come over for Thursday night at 7 o'clock on Big 12 Network. And I'm sure one of our mods will drop that link for me because I do not have it. Also on West Virginia football, on the Voice of College Football, we have a West Virginia channel, covers West Virginia football. We have a new show there on Wednesday nights, hosted by Coach Greg Chris and author Frank Fear. Frank Fear worked at Michigan State for about 20 years. He's a great guy. He's a graduate of West Virginia University. And you, all you've got to do is come in there and let him know you're there. Just say hi. And I guarantee you will be sucked into that show because it's called, it's a great show. It's called Mountaineer Locker Room, Then and Now. But what he does, he brings in former players and he gets their perspective of NIL. He gets their perspective on college football today, how college football is playing out today, and gets some great stories out of them from past teams for West Virginia. And the thing about it is they'll relate to, it will relate to anything that you're watching for your team as well. These players, they all know each other and all get along. So it's a great show. Mountaineers Then and Now. It's on Wednesday nights, and I'm not sure the time of that show. I don't know if it's 7 or 8, but it's Wednesday night. Frank Fear and Coach Greg Chris. Thursday night, a Big 12 channel with me and Shane. And I'm also going to start doing a West Virginia show on the West Virginia channel once again. Probably not every week, but I will try to commit to a show there quite often, a live show. I'd love to have you guys come over and watch that show as well. We have some great guests as well, as most of you know. So I'm the one to hold up your show.
Just to get you all lined up, because you're right. This is a Big 12 or this is a Big 10 show. However, this is more than anything. It's a Voice of College Football show. Therefore, we need to support across the board. So Tuesday nights, the best place to find it, even though you can find it here on the main channel, we would like for you to check out the Big 12 channel. So on Tuesday nights at 7:30 Eastern, Clint Foster, the Biggest 12, he does a phenomenal job. He's hilarious. Check him out. The Biggest 12, Tuesday nights at 7:30 Eastern time. And then the new West Virginia show, the Mountaineer Locker Room. That's Wednesday. Check that out on the West Virginia channel. And then Thursdays with Joey and Shane on the Big 12 Fan Zone. You see that on the banner right now. Thursdays at 7 o'clock Eastern time on the Big 12 channel.
Right. And we will be streaming that on the main channel for the Voice of College Football for the first few weeks. Try to draw all you guys over there. And I know you're all Big 10 fans. I'm a Big 12 fan, but I'm in a Big 12 show or Big 10 show right now. So, hey, we support Mark. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm pretty much going every show, whether it's USC or Texas or Oklahoma or whoever Voice of College Football has on that day or that time. I generally put my YouTube on TV, and it plays all day with Voice of College Football because he's almost always got a live show for you to enjoy. And so everybody needs to support the network 100%. But that's all I wanted to do, Mark, was really come on and promote myself.
Well, thanks for doing that, Joey.
Yeah. So
by the way, Joey did not barge his way on here. I asked him to do this because we all need to be aware of what's going on over the Big 12 channel.
Yeah, and the West Virginia channel too. I know a lot of you are not West Virginia fans, but love to have you over there and tuning in with us. So, and I know the real MVP has come in with us before. He's been in there quite a bit of times. John Dianimo comes in quite a bit. So we have a lot of you come in there and talk to your favorite people that you're talking to right now in the chat. You can talk to them in the West Virginia live show. You can talk to them in the Big 12 show. You could talk to them, most of them, in the Oklahoma or USC shows as well, because we're all there and supporting Mark. So, all right, Mark, I'll let you get back to your call-ins and your Big 10 show.
Good to see you, Joey.
Nice to see you, buddy. Bye-bye.
That's our guy, Joey, always getting the job done. The Big 12 Fan Zone, Joey and Shane, Thursday nights, 7 o'clock Eastern on the Big 12 channel. So Big 12 stuff, Tuesday nights, Wednesday nights, Thursday nights. So lock in. All right, let's go in order. We've got Michael in tonight.
Hey, Mark, how you doing, sir?
I am doing great. How are you, sir?
Pretty good. Boy, I wish I had some eligibility from college right now because Purdue's wide receiver corps is looking pretty thin right now.
Well, what's your 40 time?
Mark, right now, maybe 10 seconds. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, you got 6 seconds, but no, I was just wondering, but no, of the many of them like that with births and stuff like that. How many of them of the big names you see that's in the portal actually maybe going back to their schools they're at right now?
5%.
Mm-hmm.
Not many.
Besides McCord, who's some of the other quarterbacks that's out there right now?
Oh, my goodness. Well, we've got Dylan Gabriel going from Oklahoma to Oregon. We've got Will Rogers, the Mississippi State quarterback, Will Rogers, going to Washington. We've got KJ Jefferson of Arkansas. He's in the portal, as well as DJ Uiagalelei from Oregon State. Kyle McCord, Ohio State. Grayson McCall, Coastal Carolina. He's been ticketed to possibly land at NC State. Will Howard, Kansas State starting quarterback. He's in the portal. Oh, my goodness. We could go on and on. There's got to be 15 or 16 Power 5 starting quarterbacks in the portal.
Now, is it because it's just their last year of eligibility, or some of them got a few years left?
Well, you're right. A lot of them, the initial burst were graduate transfers. KJ Jefferson, Will Rogers, a few others are graduate transfers. But the rest of them, Cam Ward, Washington State, are not graduate transfers. They could latch on somewhere. Dante Moore of UCLA could latch on somewhere for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I was just wondering because I wasn't sure about that stuff like that. Hopefully, maybe Dion will come back to us off here, but if not, because I see Texas and Alabama's looking at him and stuff like that. But that would be good pickups for him too, especially with Quinn Ewers. But no, is Arch Manning still contemplating going to the portal himself?
That's what I understand. I don't know if that's somebody just drumming up a rumor, or I don't know. I'm going to have to check on that. Because he is not going to be the starting quarterback, most likely at Texas next year.
No, because that's still be Quinn Ewers, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Now, who do you see start for Ohio State next year?
Who is going to start?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to talk a little bit about that between calls here, because of course, Ohio State fans are looking at the best available quarterbacks and wanting them to go out and get. I would guess that the average Ohio State fan, if we took a poll, and maybe I need to do this actually, I'm going to throw this on the Ohio State channel. I would bet that Cam Ward of Washington State would win a poll among Ohio State fans of who that they want to see be the starting quarterback next season. And I don't necessarily know if that's the best option.
Mm-hmm. Where do you see Cal McCord maybe going?
Well, he's meeting with Nebraska right now.
Oh, yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, he'd be a lot better than what they had
this
this
year.
Be
a huge upgrade for all the disdain and the criticism that he took playing for Ohio State last year. He would be loved. He would be adored at Nebraska.
And is Nebraska on their schedule next year?
I don't believe so.
But no, you wonder what would happen if it was on there and he did go to Nebraska. I mean, Nebraska in a couple of years, they did play Ohio State and he put up monster numbers against Ohio State and got a win, especially there in Columbus.
Then people would be annoyed.
Yeah, I'm sure, and be eating their own crow and stuff like that. But no, I was wondering stuff like that. But no, is there any websites where we can find out where some of the people is committed that's in the portal going to and stuff like that?
The best source that I know, this is my go-to, and I'm not saying that this is the best one, but it's the easiest one for me to track, is I just go on Twitter to 247 Sports Transfer Portal. They have a Transfer Portal Twitter page that is nothing but Transfer Portal. And anytime somebody enters the Transfer Portal or anytime somebody is visiting, that they catch word of taking official visits somewhere, or when somebody commits to a new team, it's posted. It just keeps being posted to all day.
Okay, I was just wondering stuff like that. Like I said, I was kind of following stuff like that. I was just wondering stuff like that. But I know
if there's two things that you want to follow on Twitter, Michael, it would be the 247 Sports Transfer Portal page, and then it would be the Voice of College Football.
Well, you're always going to be number one, though.
I'm just kidding.
I know. No, I was just wondering stuff like that, but no. So this is 24. So is that the 24/7 Sports? Is 24/7 Sports Transfer Portal?
I'm pulling it up right now. If you just type in 24/7 Sports Transfer Portal, you can't miss it.
All right. I will check it out and stuff like that. So you ready for bowl season?
I love bowl season. I do, and we've got 7 games next Saturday.
Yep.
7.
So, all right. Nice. But last thing before I let you go, when are you going to start doing your in-depth on the college football playoff stuff?
When am I going to start?
Yeah.
I have started.
Well, I mean, this is
Good
like
Lord.
this is the appetizer. I mean, when are you going to get into the entree and main course?
I have posted a Texas-Alabama series history video, a historical look. I've posted an Alabama update. I'm going to be posting first thing in the morning a Michigan update. So there's 4 videos. I posted a Texas-Washington series video. I posted a Washington update and a Texas update. I'm counting 8 videos that I've posted so far in the college football playoff.
All right. I was finding because they haven't been popping up on my screen, my YouTube notifications and stuff. So
well, that damn YouTube, they need to get with it and start promoting my videos.
Yeah, not bad. I'll just check it out. All right, sir. I know you got other people calling. Thanks for your time. Catch you soon.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it. All right, let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. And I'm giving the folks at 247 Sports free advertising here by letting everyone know that their Transfer Portal Twitter page is a good go-to. At least I've got nothing to compare it to. I just found it, and it has been sufficient for me for the last few years to track the Transfer Portal. Next call is the real MVP here at the Voice of College Football.
Hey, Mark, how you doing this evening?
I am doing well. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. Well, I listened to your Iowa people, talk about their Big Ten championship game. And Mark, there's a very simple problem they have that's very difficult. They don't have good enough players. If they can solve that issue, then they might have a chance. But until they solve that issue, they have no chance to win the championship game as long as the bus for either Michigan, Ohio State, or Penn State makes it to its destination.
Yeah, and then they have a whole deal starting next year where they got to climb past USC, Washington, and Oregon.
Yeah, they're just not good enough. Sorry to any Iowa fans watching this show, but I told them before they were basically complete frauds. It turned out they were complete frauds in this instance. They're going to be what, a 7-5, 8-4, 6-6 team going forward. They're not going to win the Big Ten West, thankfully. So we don't have, the Big Ten championship game, Mark, was a glorified bye game. But just call it what it was. It was a glorified bye.
Yeah. We all knew what was going to happen. And that's why one of my questions to Corey and Elliot was, what was it like to be in that stadium and watch this unfold? Because it was just the epitome of what we all expected it to be. It was exactly to script.
I mean, they shouldn't be shocked. I mean, we've seen this over and over and over again. Heck, this year we saw it when Penn State played Iowa. They had no chance. I mean, sorry. And this is the same problem, Mark, I have with Michigan playing Alabama. The talent gap between those four teams are basically the same. Alabama to Michigan and Michigan to Iowa. Those are basically the same talent gap.
That's going to wake some people up making that statement.
Well, facts are facts, Mark. I'm sorry. I mean, people in the chat have been telling me Alabama's been outplayed all regular season. And Mark, you remember the 2014 Ohio State Buckeyes?
Yep. I tend to remember that season pretty well.
Yeah, they looked pretty bad for most of the year. I mean, they gave up 28 points to Cincinnati, 27 to Indiana, one-score games against Minnesota and somebody else, I believe. They lost to Virginia Tech. And then what did they do in the playoff? Their talent showed up and they dominated. Well, they dominated the championship game, but they beat Alabama. So people need to understand playoff games are just different, Mark. Would you agree with that?
Well, for as much as people get upset with your takes, and I do tend to think that they're slightly extreme, I try to take a little measured approach and I try to bring you back toward the center and just make it a hopefully entertaining phone call for everyone. So I just try to point out when I can and try to poke some holes in your arguments. But by and large, everything that you've stated during these conversations, and this has been a conversation that you've had here with myself and with everyone else, not just prior to this playoff, but prior to the last playoff, the playoff before that, and who knows how many before that. At whatever point you found us and we started to talk this, you have held to the argument that the SEC has, I was going to say typically, not typically, every time has brought the most talented team to the playoff. And usually when there's been an option there for them to bring a second team, that's also been one of the 2 or 3 most talented teams in America. And really outside of when Clemson was really strong, Ohio State would be the only other roster that can compete with them. And people don't like to hear that and they get offended. But until it's proven otherwise, and at the point that it's proven otherwise, we will then, that isn't necessarily going to mean that all that just evaporates and goes away. That just means that we'll have an outlier. But at this point, we don't even have an outlier.
Right. I see people saying I have no idea what I'm talking about in the chat. But, Mark, it's amazing. The complete correlation between those people and callers is diametrically opposed. Okay? So, listen, if you want to call in and explain why I'm wrong and why Michigan has a chance, then please do it. I mean, sure, they've got a chance. I mean, anybody can win any game. But other than that, I mean, they don't really have a chance, Mark. And it'll be okay, Mark. Last time I called you, I said it was going to be 63-28. And I had some Michigan fans tell me they've never given up 63 points in a game ever. So I'm going to revise my score in politeness of those people. So I'm leaning right now 49-12 Alabama.
You've adjusted both sides down.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you got to adjust one side, then you got to adjust the other side. I think the margin's going to be the same. I mean, 4 field goals seems about right for Michigan. How many picks do you think J.J. McCarthy's going to throw? 2 or 3? That seems about right to me because I don't get this love and affection for J.J. McCarthy. To me, he is the Brock Purdy of college football. He is just serviceable.
Well, I tend to like J.J. McCarthy as a quarterback, and I would call him more than serviceable at this level.
Right. Do you watch any NFL football, Mark?
Well, I bet I've consumed more NFL football than anybody on this chat, but not necessarily recently, but yes.
Watch the next 49ers game and watch Brock Purdy, and he'll look amazing. His stats will be amazing, but he's probably the fourth best player on his own offense. And
Sure, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, everything's outfitted perfectly for him, and he distributes the ball and lets the Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey and their plethora of tight ends. I assume they still have George Kittle do what they do.
Correct. And I mean, I'm not trashing Michigan saying they're a horrendous team. They're a top 5 team in the country. Unfortunately for them, they got to play Alabama, Mark. I mean, that's a tall task. And because of that, Mark, can I revise my national championship odds for Michigan? I had them at 5%. Would you give me enough grace to revise them?
I would rather enjoy to hear your revision.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mark. So I've got Alabama with the 70% chance to win it all. I've got Texas with a 28% chance to win it all, Washington with a 1.1% chance to win it all, and Michigan with a 0.9% chance to win it all.
That's tremendous. Okay, very good. Let's see, 70, 28, 1.1, and 0.9. Okay, I'm going to go with Bama at like 55%, Texas at like 18%. Where does that take us? 73. Then I'm going to go Michigan at about, let's see, 12% takes that's a little too low. Let's jump Bama to 65%. There we go. Bama's at 65, Texas at 18, that's 83%, Michigan at 12, and Washington at 5. That's my run. 65 Bama, 18 Texas, 12 Michigan, 5 Washington.
Right. And Mark, I just can't see Michigan beating Alabama 10% of the time. I just can't see that happening. And then if you Mark, if you multiply 10% by 10%, you get 1%. So I just think it's a less than 1% outcome for Michigan, unfortunately, because of their draw. I mean, I've been disrespecting Alabama all year. I'm not going to do it anymore. I saw an insane stat, Mark. Nick Saban has defeated the number 1 team in the country 9 times. That is twice more than any other coach has ever done.
Yeah, that's pretty remarkable. It's all remarkable when you think about what he's accomplished there at Alabama. It's amazing.
Yeah, and for all the people that say SEC bias, okay, I saw this stat according to ESPN Bet. A top 5 ranked SEC team has been underdogs 7 times, okay, in the BCS or college football playoff era.
Yeah.
The SEC team has won every game.
Yeah. So let's see. During the college football playoff, I can't really think of an SEC team being an underdog. Of course, they've played each other a few times, but I can't think of them being an underdog against anyone else. Maybe LSU and Clemson? Maybe?
I don't know, but it's still incredible that they were underdogs 7 times. And they won, according to the Desert, they were underdogs 7 times, and they won every game.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, that's beyond just like a statistical chance in my opinion. I could be wrong, but if it's once or twice, I'd be like, okay, that's just randomness. But 7 times seems like a lot. And I'm sure, I don't know, but I'm sure it's different teams from those 7, which makes it more impressive.
Yeah. Well, there's no question that, well, wait a minute. I think your statistics off. I don't know where you got that. Auburn was an underdog against Florida State in the 2013 BCS championship game and lost.
Let me pull up. I found it on ESPN's Bet. They have a YouTube channel now with their community posts. So
hey, folks, you might be hearing an occasion here where I am in need of correcting ESPN's numbers because they're faulty. This could be
Fair
the
enough.
case.
But it's still an incredible record. If it's 7-1, 7-2, or 7-3, it's still
Absolutely.
pretty good.
Yeah, but I have found one. I believe that, I know that Florida was a solid touchdown underdog to Ohio State in 2006. And I believe that they were a slight underdog against Oklahoma in 2008. So there's two right there. But yeah, the SEC, while I do believe that some of the opportunities that conference has been afforded during the years are a bit stretched. They have been afforded a few more opportunities than other conferences, and most of those have been earned. I think a few of them have been stretched in their direction. I would say the dominance of this conference in the playoff, and then before that in the BCS championship game, cannot be it. The numbers do not lie in any such way. They can't be manipulated in any way. It's just beyond dominance. What's the college football playoff record? It's like 14.
Isn't it 14-3, something like that? You taking out the head-to-head games?
Yeah, take out the head-to-head. Bama lost the first year. There's 0-1. Bama won both games the second year. There's 2-1. 2016, Bama split because they lost to Clemson in the championship. There's 3-2. 2017, Bama won both games. Georgia won, so you've got to eliminate their games. So that's another 2-0 year in 2017. So that gets us to 5-2. 2018, Bama lost to Clemson in the championship game. So that's 6-3. And then 2019, LSU swept. That's 8-3. 2020, Bama swept. That's 10-3. 21, both Bama and Georgia won. So there's 12-3. Then in 22, Georgia swept. That's 14-3. It's astounding.
Yeah, but I'm sure it's SEC bias because, and this is my favorite argument I've heard. Well, the SEC is afforded the opportunities. Well, if they're a fake team and don't belong in the top four, wouldn't they just get crushed in the playoff games?
Yeah,
that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I stated that as well. I could go through the BCS era and also the playoff era and list a few times in which I believe that the SEC was afforded an opportunity where it could be argued that somebody else should have been there. However, I'm not arguing that from the standpoint that I didn't believe that the SEC team was good enough. I'm arguing that from the standpoint of who earned the spot. And to your point, the SEC selection was always justified. Not most of the time. It was always justified.
Correct. I'm still just amazed, frankly, Michigan's favored to win this game. I just see no rational reason Michigan, to be honest, even has a chance, a realistic chance to win this game, much less be favored. I see no advantage, basically no advantage Michigan has. They're just completely outmatched. The only way I could see, they got this beat Georgia drill. The closest thing they can do is if they go up to Ford Field and play the Detroit Lions in a scrimmage. That's the only way they can resemble the talent. It's just a different level, Mark. And it's okay. Michigan's going to try their hardest. They're going to have their coach. And in my opinion, when they're down like 35-3 at halftime, the Michigan man will have plenty of time to process this historic beatdown that they're going to take.
Well, there's something that needs to be corrected here about the statement I just posted. So our buddy Mike Fort posts here, who won in 2014 through 22 has no basis for 23. Okay, two things can be true at the same time, Mike. I believe, and I would hope that everyone watching and listening would agree that the playoff teams that are selected each season should be completely selected based on the merits of that season and should not gain some type of lifetime achievement award or entry because they belong to the SEC. Yes, the merits are based on each season, but when this trend is not broken, when it continues year after year after year after year, obviously these two teams are going to have to line up in 3 weeks and are going to have to prove it with no advantage given to Alabama. They have to walk on the field and the score is going to be 0-0. But this is all layers and layers of proof that it's just going to continue. Nothing has happened to give us any indication that it's not going to continue. Those both things can be true at the same time.
Correct. And when you're making a prediction and you see a trend that goes 8 years, almost a decade at this point, you have to factor in that trend, especially when you got a team with the coach and the pedigree that Alabama has.
Absolutely.
I mean, Alabama has won these big games. Michigan has blown these big games. I mean, that's got to factor in, especially when you've got the same head coach that's been there. I mean, Michigan, in my opinion, should have beat South Carolina. They should have beat Florida State. They should have beat TCU, but they found a way to lose all of those games. And I thought Michigan was the better team in all 3 of those matchups. So,
and the case in point is in play with Alabama, of course, and it's also in play with Georgia. So here's my point. Georgia, in my opinion, did not earn a playoff spot. Okay, so I do not believe that they should have been selected for the playoff. However, had they been selected, I would be a fool. I would be an utter fool to not take into consideration their talent, what the team has proven, many of those players last year, the year before. Sure, it's a different team at some positions, but many of the players, Brock Bowers, we could go down the run of players on both sides of the ball, have already proven to be championship caliber players. So they have that experience. They have incredible talent. The coaching staff, Kirby Smart himself, these are all given components of what they have proven in the past. So I would be an idiot not to take that into consideration when making a prediction if they were in the playoff. Now, that can be separated from, did they deserve, based on their merits this season, to be in the playoff? Two different things.
correct. And regardless of whether Florida State should have been selected, and I want to make a quick comment about that, Mark, okay? Every single ranking, I believe every single ranking, Missouri, with 2 losses, was ahead of Louisville with 1 loss. I have not seen anywhere near the amount of outcry for Louisville as I have for Florida State. And it isn't because of the conferences they're in, because they're both ACC versus SEC teams, Mark. I believe that's just another example of what I call big brand bias. Nobody cares about your Louisvilles, your Missouris, those type of teams. When it's Florida State that gets snubbed and put behind a 1-loss team with the team with less losses, we all got to care. But when it's Louisville, nobody cares. It's kind of sad, but yeah, Alabama's just better, Mark. That's all I got for you today. Fight on to the less than 1%ers.
Thanks, Darel. I know Darel gets some people fired up, and especially these days, Michigan fans. But again, I don't back up or confirm everything that he has to say to 100% degree. I'm not on completely that end of the spectrum, but it is about 85 to 90%. Well, it's actually 100% true. Now, there are such things as facts, and there's truth, and there's opinion, and then there's logical opinion. And there's nothing that we stated in this last call that is not the truth. All right. And so Moose here, Moose, we love you. 13-0 three-peat in the Big Ten. This caller, quote, is spot on, said nobody. I don't know what wasn't spot on. The only thing that could be debated are things that he is predicting for the future, which I always love when people get on here. We had this most notably for the Ohio State Notre Dame game this year and a few other games. I heard it more during the Ohio State Notre Dame week and actually the months preceding Ohio State and Notre Dame that these people think that they have facts. And I put that in quotes because they're not facts, they're predictions, they're projections. And just because you predict something doesn't mean you know what you're talking about or that it's going to come true. And we will see in 3 weeks. And I will make my prediction. And my prediction has been correct about 80% this year and about 80% over the last 40 years. All right. Erica's joining us tonight. Erica, how you doing?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing just fine. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a minute since I called in here. So I just wanted to call in and ask a really obvious question.
Okay.
What's the point of playing a football game? Is it to win? You know, is that what we're looking for, to win something or to win a game?
So the reason that we're playing football games at this high of a level is, yes, to determine the best team, the champion, the winner.
Right. And of course, to get to be a champion, you have to win games. So I would argue that for a team to be successful, they need to win. That's part of the equation. And I'm just curious as to why we have people like Kentucky fans calling in saying that Iowa's an inferior team when they have a 10-2 record this year, when they're top 5 or so, maybe top 10 with NFL draft picks. 7th best defense in the country, which is low for Iowa, but that's still pretty damn good because it's top 10 in the country. And also, as far as players go, star ratings aren't everything either. There's something called development that I think people forget about. And that's how Iowa gets a lot of their draft picks to the NFL. So if someone is saying that Kentucky is a superior team, maybe they should also think about the fact that we beat them last year, completely beat them in the bowl game. I just think these are facts we need to think about. Just because people don't like how Iowa wins doesn't mean that they have less of a good team. And everyone here has heard me complain about their offense. Obviously, I'm not happy with their offense. I'm very happy that hopefully they go in a new direction with the new offensive coordinator that they're in the process of hiring. But I think people are forgetting that the point of football games is to win them. And even if you don't like how it looks when they're won, that doesn't matter. The fact is Iowa won fair and square 10 games this year without cheating. So not sure why a Kentucky fan is going to come after Iowa. I mean, they've never even won a CFP either.
Yeah, so it's kind of senseless for me to try to speak for somebody else, but I will attempt, and certainly if Darel needs to correct me on any of these points, but I believe where he stands on this issue is not necessarily is he arguing that Kentucky is better than Iowa.
No, but he said that Iowa's a high school team. That's garbage. That's a garbage take.
He said that it's a high school team?
Yeah, he said, didn't he say like they have high school level players or something like that? Someone in the chat can remind me exactly what he said, but he said something like that.
Okay.
And that to me is a garbage take if they're playing FBS football.
Sure, they're winning 10 games. That's not a accurate or fair statement in any such way. They have NFL players and always have, and like you say, rank roughly in the top 10 in NFL players. I didn't hear him say that. I may have missed that. But I believe his overall take is just that Iowa does not have the level of talent to compete for a national championship.
I still think that's a garbage take because there's something called development that, although Iowa doesn't usually get flashy players unless it's like a legacy recruit like AJ Epinesa, for example, that type of thing, or if it's an Iowa recruit like Xavier Wampa, who I think was like a 4 or 5 star, depending on which recruiting rankings you looked at, 247 or on 3 or whatever. So to say that Iowa doesn't ever get highly ranked players is false. Number one. Number two, they're a developmental program and they churn out NFL product every single year, oftentimes in the higher rounds. So for people to say that Iowa's garbage is just not factual.
Okay. Again, I should probably not speak for somebody else, but yes, if things are being said that Iowa's garbage, Iowa's a high school team, that's just hyperbole to the nth degree on the garbage end. That's just nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. That's my whole point.
But to make the point that Iowa hasn't shown the capability of competing for a national championship, that can be validated.
Yeah, in recent years, I mean, I'm not going to pull in Nebraska and say, the last time we won anything was in 1990. I'm not going to go that far. But, my point is Kentucky needs to get their house together before they start calling in and insulting teams like Iowa, who do develop NFL level talent and who apparently are good enough to get to a Big Ten championship. And I get all of it that the West is horrible. I understand that. But they won 10 games and they didn't only play West, people in the West or teams in the West, and I'm just tired of the narrative, frankly, that Iowa gets bashed all the time. And all of us know Iowa fans are not stupid people. We know what we're looking at here. We know what we're dealing with. We know what the consequences of things are. We're not idiots. We all know we have a bad offense. I don't see why people need to keep bashing us for it. It's enough already.
Well, Erica, again, let's see if Darel wanted to jump back on here. So we got Darel MVP, and I will step aside and allow you two to work things out.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Erica, if I called your team a high school team, that wasn't what I meant by that. And if I did, I haven't watched the tape, but I'm going to assume you're correct. And I'm sorry that I was not a high school team. I was a great football program, got great culture, great tradition. My only point is Iowa doesn't have the players to compete with Penn State, Ohio State, and Michigan. Every other team they can beat. Then that's how they get to 10 wins. When I say the Big Ten West is a glorified buy game, it's because nobody in the Big Ten West just has the talent to compete with those three big brands.
But couldn't you argue that the SEC is in a similar situation where they have their big teams, Georgia, Alabama, that type of thing, and the rest of the conference isn't the best? Can't you make that argument?
Yeah, those teams are usually better, but it's not always decidedly better. I mean, the Big Ten West has never won a game against those three teams in the Big Ten championship game. At least an LSU makes it there and can win, or a Texas A&M or an Auburn has done it in the past. But none of these Big Ten West teams have done it before, is my point. And the narrative.
And also the other problem with this narrative is that, of course, Michigan won. I'm not taking that away from them. But even Michigan fans have admitted to me in this very chat, the defense still played lights out, even though the score doesn't show that, which does happen, contrary to what people want to believe. Look at the Ohio State game we played last year. Look at the Michigan game we just played. We held Michigan to 213 yards. That's not nothing.
Yeah, you've got the best, in my opinion, you've got pound for pound and on the field, you've got the best defense in the country. But the problem is football's three phases, and your offense is really bad. And I know you know that. I'm not insulting you by it. It's just the factual truth. And even if Iowa, my point is, even if Iowa had a decent offense, they didn't have a trash can as offensive coordinator in Brian Ferentz. Sorry to him, but he was horrendous this year. Yeah. I don't think Iowa will be able to beat Michigan, Penn State, or Ohio State because their athletes just aren't as good as those three teams.
Well, here's the problem with your logic. We have beaten those teams in recent years. We did beat Penn State, the last time we played, not this season, but the previous time. We did beat them. Now, granted, that was at Kinnick, but a win is a win. And we have beat Ohio State before. In
the Big Ten championship game, I don't
quarterback. So to say that Iowa can't beat them, period, end of story, is not factual if you're looking even recent history.
Okay, other than any given Saturday type thing, can Iowa consistently beat those teams? I don't think so.
I haven't looked at the all-time records or anything like that. I've done that with Iowa State, but I haven't done that with Ohio State or with Penn State. But still, to say that we can't beat them, period, that's false. We have in recent history. And I'm not just talking about like we did in 1997, like Nebraska fans talk about with, their playoff runs and stuff like that. I'm talking the last 10 years we have beat them.
Oh, okay. You can beat them. You haven't beat them on a consistent basis is my point. And that's the only thing I'm trying to convey to you is Iowa's main problem, other than their offense, is they don't, in my opinion, they don't have the talent to beat these teams in a playoff or Big Ten championship game, even if they got their offense fixed. And
Yeah,
I don't
guess
think
that's where we're going to have to agree to disagree because, like I said, we have, as Cheryl confirmed here, Iowa has beaten the Buckeyes. And if we have the right offensive coordinator hired and we have a better offense, say top 50, which I think is possible if we have the right offensive coordinator there and the right coaches and decent enough talent, because we develop well, and you can't argue that Iowa, you can't argue that about Iowa. Iowa is a developmental program and it's good at it. And we're also a tight end university. So I just don't, I'm sorry, if we have a decent offense, I think we win a lot more than people would give us credit for. All we need is a top 50 offense. And then if the defense is the same or similar, we have a very, very good chance to be in a playoff. I mean, I'm sorry. I guess we disagree on this.
Yeah, I just don't see Iowa ever. I mean, they could make a 12-team playoff if they go 10-2, but you're adding Oregon, Washington, Southern California, and UCLA. I mean, that's going to be really
nothing now. UCLA is nothing now. They just lost their defensive coordinator. As for USC, if everything goes well with defense, yeah, they definitely are going to be a problem. Washington, they had a good year. I don't know. Oregon, obviously, their NIL program gets them the best players in the country because they can afford to pay God knows how much money. But still, I just think that if Iowa gets some good offensive pieces in there, which they could, and by the way, they did last year, even though all of them ended up getting flipping injured, so they couldn't play on the field. And I know injuries are part of the game, so I'm not using that as an excuse, but that is a fact. Eric All got injured. Cade McNamara got injured. And then Luke Lachey, who's an in-house tight end product, got injured. And then Cooper DeJean got injured. So, I mean, our best players have gotten injured. And that's just what it is. And I'm not making excuses again. But to say that we're devoid of talent or don't have talent or not talented enough players, I just named some of the best players at their positions. I mean, Cade hasn't shown anything since he's been here because he came in hurt. He played hurt for us. He wasn't up to his usual level. So again, if you combine all that, it's the perfect storm, and that's kind of what happened this year. And if we didn't have the perfect storm, things could have been a lot different.
Well, you make a lot.
I was just going to give one little reference point. If we go back to 1990, we could go back to any year. I'm just starting to try to verify some of these numbers. The Ohio State-Iowa series is 14-3.
1990?
Yeah,
but what Darel is saying is that we cannot win against Ohio. We have done that before. I mean, I think we can all agree.
Okay, I'll agree with you. Cannot is a little too far. You obviously can beat them, but is Iowa a good enough program to win one in every 3 or 4 games against Ohio State? I don't think so. I don't think they're good enough to do that against Michigan or Penn State either. And if USC hits their peak back in the Pete Carroll days, I mean, they're up and down, but if they're on their up, I don't see Iowa beating them consistently either. Well, and that's Iowa's problem going forward, is in order to make the Big Ten championship game, they need 2 of the following not to be great: Oregon, Washington, USC, Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State. And I just don't see that going forward. And Iowa has to beat all their opponents they should beat, like your Marylands, your Minnesotas, your Nebraskas. And that's just going to be really hard.
Which we normally do. By the
way, yeah,
we beat Nebraska for 8 straight years.
Yeah, but you need all of that to come together in one perfect season. And that's my issue, is I just don't see Iowa beating all the teams they should beat and not having like a Minnesota type issue happening this year and 2 of those teams being down. I mean, that's a lot to ask for, in my opinion. And that's why I don't think you're going to see your Wisconsins as well in it.
Well, I could argue that that took a lot for us to win the 10 games this season. Very similar situation. A lot of people in the Big Ten West were tied for a while with their records, and this had to happen and that had to happen. So, that's the beauty of football. You never know what might happen. And again, I have to come back to, we need to see who they hire as OC. That can change a lot of stuff, especially if an OC brings a good quarterback with them. That's another possibility.
Well, I mean, if you get a good quarterback and he's a great player, that's going to increase your talent. So it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy on that end of it. But, I mean, it's just a tough task. And it's hard going forward. I understand it. I'm in a similar position. Kentucky's probably never going 9-3 again. Probably never. And it's tough. I mean, I think us middle rung teams, as I call it, we're going to have to redefine our expectations of what a great season is. I mean, Iowa's schedule is never going to be easier from this year's schedule, in my opinion, going forward. Mark, do you know Iowa's schedule going forward?
Meaning for next season?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll pull it up here.
I mean, I would imagine there's probably going to be, 3 really hard opponents like a Penn State, Michigan, and USC quality teams. And they'd have to probably win at least one of them to make the Big Ten championship game. And I just don't see that.
I think you typed in the 23 schedule there.
Yeah, I did. So, that is an exercise we went through when the new schedule was announced, to kind of go through, especially with the Western Division teams, and say, okay, this is going to be the difference. Basically, take what they currently play and then supplant the Western Division teams that they no longer will play in a given season with it's usually one additional Eastern Division team, and then it's 2 teams from the Pac-12. And that's what we're looking at, the difference in schedule. So if we're looking at the Big Ten schedule for Iowa next year, the teams that they play in the current Western Division, so that stays the same, and they will always play Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Nebraska. Those are set opponents that they will play every year. So those
and Iowa State from the outside.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Iowa State from the outside of the conference too.
Yes, but in regards to the conference schedule, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Nebraska are set opponents. So next year, in addition to those 3, they are playing Northwestern. Is the only other current Big Ten Western Division team they will play. Then from the East, Ohio State, Michigan State, and Maryland. And then they are picking up Washington and UCLA from the Pac-12. It's a considerably more difficult schedule than what they faced this year.
Yeah, it's a challenging schedule. Let's see who's at the top. I want to look at it holistically, not just Big Ten.
Right. So my point is, let's say Iowa loses only 2 games in conference. Okay. Let's say they win every game except Ohio State and Washington, what I think is reasonable right now. If they lose those 2, you're hoping for Ohio State. They have to lose 3 games. You need Michigan to lose 2, or Penn State to lose 2, or USC to I just don't see that happening without divisions. And that's my issue, is you can lose 2 conference games and not even really be in the race going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I still say that anything's possible. A lot of this is going to hinge on who the offensive coordinator is going to be, because that was a big part of our problem last year. It's going to depend on who ends up going to the transfer portal, who leaves from our super seniors. There's still a lot. I guess my point is there's still a lot that's unknown as far as Iowa goes. So I don't know that we can make judgments right now. And I think that's a fair assessment.
I understand once we understand a clearer picture, we're going to have a better idea. I'm just saying generally going forward, do I expect Iowa to be nearly as successful as they have been with the Big Ten West? And to me, that's an easy call, and the answer is no. And that's the same for every Big Ten team in the West.
Well, someone has to win these games. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not that scared of these West Coast teams like everybody keeps saying. I don't fall into that. I don't buy into like, oh, I'm scared to play a school. I don't think that way. I just don't think that way. I think that's a loser mentality. And let's see what happens on the field. That's my attitude about it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. You have the right to believe in your team to win, but is Iowa consistently going to beat Oregon and USC? Probably not. I mean, they could beat Washington because this is the best I think Washington has ever been. But Mark, what do you think about this? Do you think the Big Ten West and specifically Iowa is going to have equal or more or less success going forward, or even more success?
Well, if nothing changes, it's easy to see that no one is going to have as much success. Even Ohio State and Michigan are going to be challenged by more games because they're going to have to play USC, Washington, UCLA, and Oregon, typically 2 of those 4. So everyone's schedule is going to be more difficult. And again, we did an exercise when these schedules were released to basically say, let's basically replace this year's schedule with next year's schedule and run down the list of teams to see if it's tougher or the same or easier. And there's only a couple teams in the Big Ten where you would say, oh, it's only slightly tougher. Most of them are significantly tougher. And the problem is the numbers show us that in the 10 years of the Big Ten West and the Big Ten East, that actually the two divisions are much closer than people believe that they are from top to bottom, because the Big Ten West has been more balanced. The issue, though, is that the teams on the bottom don't play for championships. The teams at the top play for championships. So what has happened is the Big Ten East winner has basically skull dragged the Big Ten Western Division winner 10 years in a row. And it's 10-0 because those are the teams that are competing for the championship. So while the entirety of the division comparison top to bottom is relatively close, there's only a 13-game difference over 10 years. The East is just far superior at the top, and that's where the championships are won. And so now with that mixture of teams comprising the entire conference, it is going to be difficult for those teams to reach the top of the conference. And when I say those teams, I'm talking about Wisconsin, Iowa. Those are the two best examples.
I don't know. Like I said, I still think we need to see who gets hired as offensive coordinator and what they bring to the table. Because honestly, as I said on was it last night or? Yeah, I think it was last night's show when, the panel was on after dark. People forget that Iowa, even though they're not an offensive power, never have been. They're not elite in offense, never have been. They're not usually this bad. This is like rock bottom for Iowa. And people forget that. We actually have had quarterbacks who've been Heisman runner-ups. We have had an NFL quarterback drafted, which C.J. Beathard, I don't know if anyone's ever heard of him. He played a few weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. So for people to say that Iowa's offense is always bad, that's not 100% true either. I'm not saying they're an offensive power or ever have been, but usually they have a pretty good O-line. They usually have a decent enough offense to get things done, and they just haven't for the most part under Brian, which is, I could talk all day about how bad of a choice that was. Everyone knows how I feel about that already. But people just think that Iowa's always been this horrible on offense, and it's just not a truthful statement.
I think, Mark, and I can't speak for you, but I can speak for myself. I think if Iowa improved 50% offensively, because the new teams are in their conference, I don't think it'd still be good enough. I think just the level of competition, is particularly at the top end, is so hard. I just don't see a middle of the pack team like the Big Ten West basically all is doing well. Mark, how shocked would you be on a scale of 1 to 10 to see an Iowa or Wisconsin in the Big Ten championship game?
Well, I'll put it this way. So we know that Ohio State and Michigan, Ohio State's been a given for 20 years plus in terms of being an elite team. Michigan's been an elite team for 3 years. Penn State's on and off. USC, actually, for as great as Ohio State is overall and the most consistent winner in college football, along with Alabama, USC at its peak historically surpasses Ohio State, produces all-time great teams in its history. So, a game between USC and Iowa today is a toss-up. I don't know who would win that game. I would tend to believe that Iowa would pull it out in some fashion, but it would be an entertaining, close game. Washington, Oregon aren't givens as elites, but they are typically top 10 or 15 level teams. So the issue that an Iowa or Wisconsin, those being the best of the rest of the conference, and it's not like Oregon and Washington exceed Iowa and Washington by a large degree, or it's even arguable that they're even better programs. The issue is it's just a numbers game. to reach the conference championship game, you need to get past all of those teams but one. And so just the odds of it happening in any given year is just extremely difficult.
Well, let me ask this. Do you think we could compete in the 12-team playoff format that's coming up?
Sure. And just because I stated what I just said doesn't mean that things don't change. I'm basing that on history. That doesn't mean things don't change and things can't change.
Right. I feel the same way. And I'll even take it a step further than you, Mark. I think it's more likely Iowa wins a playoff game in the future than making the Big Ten championship game.
Bingo. Yes.
That's an interesting take.
Yes. There are going to be routinely 3 Big Ten teams in the playoffs and sometimes 4.
Yeah, and that's the same way it's going to be down here in the South in the SEC.
Like our buddy Corey's letting me know life changes, Mark. I understand that life changes, but I hate to be a homer, but they're just the easiest one to rely on. Life hasn't changed at Ohio State in 70 years. Like, I don't know what to say.
I don't know if Corey meant it in that way necessarily, though. I think he might be referring to Iowa kind of like I am, where offensive coordinator can change things. I mean,
Sure.
that's a huge deal. And this is going to, a lot of Hawkeye fans are saying it's going to determine the future of Iowa football. And I have to say, I don't think that's hyperbole. Because if we keep up this defense, which as long as Phil Parker's here, we will. Okay. I don't think it's hyperbole to say at all that if Kirk picks the right person, which by the way, I saw someone smart comment in the chat. Does Kirk have any more sons for offensive coordinator? Do you think he's going to make the same mistake again? I don't think so. Okay. Kirk is a lot of things, but he's not dumb.
Well, Erica, how about this instead? If you don't win your conference, you can make the playoff as a 8-9 seed playing Oregon or a Bama or USC, or maybe you're a Georgia this year as the number 6 overall team, and you would play a Liberty or a Miami of Ohio or Troy type team and win a playoff game. I think Iowa fans would rather much be happier winning a playoff game than making the Big Ten championship game. So,
I mean, honestly, I'll be happy with any degree of success we have, and by that, I mean anything higher than like 9 wins, because I'm also tired. And this is this is an Iowa topic. We don't have to talk about it here, but there are different contingents of Iowa fans. And some people are content with just winning 7 or 8 games every single year. And I get that some schools would kill for that. But for me, that's not good enough anymore. We need to be looking higher, so I want to win 9-10 games on the regular moving forward, if not more.
I am just going to make one statement and then I'm going to get out of the way, and John's going to take us home and get everyone set up with the panel discussion. So Mike is making the statement here. The SEC and the Big Ten combined are probably 9 of 12 of the playoff teams. While that may be true if they were being selected based on quality or merit, that's just not mathematically possible. We're going to have 4 conferences. So the other 2 playoff spots are going to be taken by conference champions from the ACC and the Big 12. Then you're going to have a group of 5 that is going to take up another spot. That's 3. That's 9 of 12 right there. And not every second and third and fourth place team in the Big 10 and the SEC are going to be picked over a second place team, and let's say in the ACC and the Big 12. But I get your point, Mike. Your point is valid. I just think maybe the numbers don't work out.
yeah, and we need to get rid of these auto qualifying bids. I'm sorry to the ACC and Big 12 fans out there, but Mark, let's be honest, these are JV league teams at this point. Their conferences just don't match up to the SEC and Big 10.
JV, did you just call?
See, again,
JV?
I generally agree with the Darel. I agree with him usually about 75% of the degree that he takes it. But no, those teams are fielding NFL players, high quality rosters. But no, the Big 12 fans don't like me for saying that they're not going to win a national championship in the next decade, that I guarantee it. But Yes, I have had my say. Good to hear from both of you two, Erica and Darel. And I will let John take it from here.
Thanks, Mark. Oh boy. Yeah, Florida State JV team. All right. If you guys want to stick around for the Ocho, I'm going to do the intro, and then we'll. You're welcome to stick around.
Yeah, I'll stay for the Siete, no problem.
Cool. Darel?
I think I'm going to get going. I might hop in at 9. Thanks, John, for having me on. Good luck to your team, man. Sorry, but I'm just stating my opinions. It's nothing personal.
Understand.
Nothing personal to you, Erica. I'm just stating my opinions, okay?
No, it's nothing personal. I just don't agree with your opinions, and that's what makes this country beautiful is we can disagree.
Well, there's a lot of times I state my football opinions, and people think I'm attacking them personally, and those two things aren't the same.
No, they're mutually exclusive. I understand.
Well, I'm glad you get it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Darel. All right, and we are back for another episode of the Ocho here at the Voice of College Football. My name is John Diadamo, and I'm going to take you through the next hour or two to talk all about transfer portal and some of these debates that we're having and some other things. I do want to remind everybody before we bring on our all-star panel to please like, subscribe, and tell a friend that this is live right now, Big Ten Live, the Ocho at the Voice of College Football. If everybody here tells a friend, everybody hits the like button, it's going to help the algorithm and all of that good stuff. Also, don't forget to join Patreon or YouTube membership. Talk college football all the time in our Discord chat. And my last thing before I bring on the panel is that tomorrow night for Michigan Wolverines Live, we have the Alabama panel with Jackson Johnson, Tide Guy, and Jeffrey Only Talk Sports. And speak of the devil, our first panelist tonight is Jackson Johnson. Hey, buddy.
How's it going, Johnny? Long time no see.
I know, right? Like a whole week? Something like that?
I know, right? It's going to be fun discussing the granddaddy of them all tomorrow night on Michigan Wolverines Live at Michigan Football at the Voice of College Football.
Absolutely.
And what coincidence, it's on the start of the first day of the 13 days of Christmas.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
See?
And I will say, though,
I didn't even keep track, so there you go.
For all those parents working on Christmas and, just busy making some Christmas cookies, I got one idea how to relax. Well, it's about patreon.com/MarkRogersTV, where you can get some of the best exclusive live streams, watch parties, predictions, betting advice, and insider look on all of college football. And you can also become a YouTube member at the Voice of College Football, my friend. And especially you mom and dads that are busting your tail trying to get that perfect Christmas setup, you don't have to worry about having a perfect Christmas. At least when watching the Voice of College Football, you can just get back, relax, and get some of the best insider knowledge on all the ball games and all the teams in all college football.
There you go. Well, look, I don't even have to do ads anymore. We got Jackson helping out with the ads tonight. So thanks for that.
I'm
and
doing
yes,
my best.
Please hit the
I'm no
Patreon
Billy
or
Mays.
YouTube membership.
I'm no Billy Mays, but I'll do my best to be.
There you go. Joining us again for the Ocho/El Siete in Central Time is Erica Goldberg. Erica,
Hello.
Thanks for coming back.
Yep, thanks for having me again. I'm sure people are tired of me already, but I'm here.
And
You're
not at
cool,
all.
Erica.
And you're good. We've got also our buddy Mike Ford in the house, aka Troll Tide.
Oh, and I'd like to right now mention that my way of relaxing over the Christmas vacation, his name is John Daniels, as in, if you ever see the movie Scent of a Woman, when you know him as long as I have, you can call him John. We're talking about Jack Daniels, John. I guess you missed that movie reference, but
I do like Jack Daniels.
When you know him as long as I have, you can call him John from Scent of a Woman. Al Pacino, great movie if you haven't seen it.
Got it.
Oh man, Al Pacino is one of the best.
I do need to see that whole movie. I've seen like a couple of YouTube clips.
Fantastic movie.
And we've got resident, pretty reasonable Buckeye, Sean Garner.
You're muted,
in the house.
Sean.
You're muted.
You downgraded me. I've been the reasonable. Now I'm just pretty reasonable. And all I have to say is Jack Daniels is Walmart Johnny Walker. So
Oh, don't.
What's
shoot
a Johnny
me.
Walker? Is that Walker Texas Rangers relative or
Oh
something?
my God!
yeah,
somebody-
that's exactly it. Yeah,
Okay.
you got
Right.
it.
Right.
I forgot Jackson. Jackson's probably not old enough to be drinking very long, is he?
No, I'm actually old enough to drink.
Hey.
I'm just kind of a one drink guy. I don't want to lose the brain cells.
Yeah,
There you go.
I'm the same way. I don't really drink much anymore because
And
frankly,
they don't
if I have one drink, I wake up the next day feeling like horrible. So
and they don't sell anything but moonshine where Jackson lives anyway. So
They don't sell moonshine. That's illegal.
What does
actually.
moonshine taste like?
they sell moonshine. I can go right down to my liquor store. They sell moonshine there all the time. It's
That's not
always
Does, it
legal.
ta-
I didn't
does
think it was-
moonshine taste like cookies or something?
It tastes like rocket fuel.
legal. It's legal in Michigan, I guess.
Huh.
I gotta feel
No.
rocket fuels bad for your body. You shouldn't taste that. I've never tasted
Well,
that kind of thing.
I'm more of a makers person myself, but I go through phases.
I'm more of a
All right.
screwdriver kind of guy.
We have one more guest joining us. We have Moose in the house. Moose is here. Go
Hi,
blue,
Moose.
buddy.
Hey, Moose, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
oh my
What's up, Eric?
God. I think somebody's
All right.
enjoying a little drink here. All right.
Yeah, somebody's having a little bubbly.
Oh man,
Wow.
Mike's kind of having a Rick moment from Rick and Morty, where he's just
No, that
like, "Oh man,
That was Erica.
Oh yeah,
All
of course
right.
it was me, right? You know me.
Rick and Morty."
Well, why don't we get right to it? We actually do have some breaking news. So Steve Wiltfong, some of you might have heard about this, just put in a crystal ball today for Dylan Raiola, who had been slated to go to Georgia. He's now put a crystal ball in for Nebraska. And we all know that his dad, obviously went to Nebraska, is coaching there, and Dylan Raiola is a legacy. Of course, we also have been hearing that Kyle McCord is heavily considering Nebraska.
Yeah, that
So-
almost sounds like a done deal at this point.
Is Nebraska about to be QBU for transfers? Because this is something.
So wait, Jared. I thought it just mattered more in the SEC. What's going on?
I don't know. It beats me.
Are you telling me that poor little Nebraska is about to flip a 5-star from Georgia? Almighty Georgia? No way.
It's called money. As much as we don't like it, they have a ton of money, and I also don't think they're going to get both of them. Does that seem realistic that they get both?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure about McCord's eligibility status. I know it's his third- I know-
Yeah, McCord's definitely not going to go there. I think if they
Wait,
get
I
Raiola.
know. Hold on. I know
That was-
McCord's in his third year at Ohio State. I don't believe he used a red shirt in either of the first 2 years. I think he might have played a few too many games, so he might only have 1 year of eligibility behind him. So I don't know. I mean, if he's only got 1 year, he could go there and keep the seat warm while Raiola has an apprenticeship, which probably was the plan at Ohio State a couple years ago.
I'll be honest. and
But
Kyle
Raiola
McCord-
was a Buckeye commit for a while.
I mean,
It
I
says
like Kyle
here-
McCord, don't get me wrong, but if I had to pick and choose between McCord and Cam Ward, I'm going to go with Cam Ward.
I mean, I think most people agree with you. I don't think there's a gigantic difference, but
I would lean McCord.
I mean, there's a difference. There's a huge difference in how they play, but
I have
Ward's too
the-
much of a turnover machine for me. I wouldn't take Ward.
It says
Yeah.
here, by the way, since someone
Erica?
was asking, McCord only has 1 year of eligibility remaining, starting every game this season for the Buckeyes, meaning this past season that just ended, and appearing in 5 games in 2021 and 7 games in 2022 behind CJ Stroud. So yeah, he has 1 more year.
Yep.
And John, I don't mean to be too nitpicky here, but correction on the banner, Raiola wouldn't be transferring. He's a high school senior right now.
Oh,
But yeah, Steve Wiltfong, like you said, has got that crystal ball saying he's going to go to Nebraska. I mean, think of what a big win it would be for Matt Rule and the Cornhuskers. I mean, that would shut the doubters up big time.
Well, he was supposed to go to Nebraska to begin with.
Yeah,
he committed to Ohio State. He was committed to Ohio State for like over a year, from like his sophomore to his junior year.
Yeah, but he decommitted long before he was eligible for college.
That's why Ohio State did. He was the reason Ohio State didn't pursue any 5-star QBs last year, because they didn't want to. They wanted to keep him happy, and then he flipped anyway.
This would be a big win right there for Cornhusker Nation right there. I mean, shout out to our friends Nebraska football at the Voice of College Football. I bet you they're going to be playing Celebration by Cooling the Game if this happens officially.
I just don't
Their
see
show's
both
going
of
to be
them.
lit.
I just don't see both McCord and Raiola going there. I just don't see it, especially since
I would have a hard time if I'm McCord, like going to a place where if you start to struggle, everyone's going to be calling for. You don't have Heinrich Harbinger backing you up. You've got the number 2 or 3, freshman in the country.
Well, and the other thing is that McCord is only going to go to some place, according to the rumors about his dad. McCord's only going to go to some place that they can guarantee he's going to play from the get.
Is any place going to guarantee that?
That's why I don't think he'll stay there if Raiola goes there.
Well, we'll say, though, about the quarterback room, where this year was kind of looking pitiful. Well, not pitiful, just like really bad. Next year, if this is official, if this is the official depth chart, think of how amazing this is going to be for Nebraska. It's going to be a big win for Cornhusker Nation right there.
See, here's the thing, that this is Wahoo fan is right, alluding to something I was thinking. Nebraska doesn't have any good wide receivers on their roster. Now,
point.
McCord, if I understand, I'm not the most knowledgeable about Ohio State or about McCord, but he needs good pieces around him to look good, doesn't he? Kind of like Cade McNamara.
Well, he had pretty good pieces this year, and he played pretty well. He put up
that's
good
what
numbers.
I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
no one would be running him out of town if he put up those numbers anywhere else.
Did Fleming turn bad and somebody not tell me?
What, did Fleming turn bad?
Is Fleming bad and somebody didn't tell me?
Yeah, Fleming's. Has he committed to Nebraska?
Well, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion, but the crystal balls say, yeah, it's going to happen.
Actually, I heard Fleming's going to Penn State, but I don't know. Maybe he flipped to Nebraska then.
I don't know. I mean, as an Iowa fan, I've been screwed too many times by crystal balls. So I think anything's possible. No, I mean, really, look what happened to us. We had 2 5-star players, and they both switched away. Like, one of them, after being committed to us for 6 months, and then the day before signing day, he switches to Bama, which I'm not saying I don't understand. What I didn't like about that decision was, obviously, I don't enjoy losing 5 stars because it is hard for us to get them. And also, the thing I really didn't enjoy that really pissed me off more than anything else is he did it the day before signing day. That's low class. But anyway, my point is, crystal balls, even though most of them probably do end up happening, they can change in an instant. And with McCord, if someone else has more money or can guarantee a start, which I don't think Nebraska can necessarily guarantee him a start, he could flip.
And John, did you mention? I don't know if they're caught this. Did you mention Raiola's father did play at Nebraska?
He's a legacy. Yeah.
He's a legacy.
He was an All-American center.
He played for the Lions, Detroit Lions, in NFL. Raiola. Yep.
And he's coaching in Nebraska too. So.
Oh, is anyone going to call up the nepotism then? Just like they did for the last, I don't know how many years at Iowa. Is anyone going to call it out?
Well, nepotism isn't necessarily bad. I mean,
a little different.
No, I'm just saying.
Little different.
I'm just saying, if we're going to go after Iowa about nepotism, we have to go after other schools too. I mean, I'm just saying.
Hey, guys,
I'm okay with nepotism if it works. Like, Jay Harbaugh's a really, really good coach. I'm kind of one of those people that if there's merit and they perform at a high level, then that's different from, being the worst offensive coordinator in college football. No offense, Erica, but like,
no, I'm not offended by that. I'm just saying, I just don't like that nepotism is acceptable in some places if the coach is doing well, and then if they're at Iowa and they blow it. I just don't think, I think that's a double standard.
It's not nepotism here. Everyone wants Dylan Raiola. Every school in the country would take him if he said, I want to go there tomorrow.
Well, nepotism usually means that the person is inferior.
Yeah, that they've been elevated beyond their merits because of their connections. Yeah.
So Wiltfong is still the only crystal ball that I see for Nebraska. The others are still Georgia, but that's, Steve Wiltfong is obviously a big deal. And he apparently somebody high up in the Nebraska program was the one who gave him the impression that he was going to flip. So I mean that could lead to a scenario potentially, because I don't remember if Harburg is Harburg still in Nebraska's field for the next year, because then you would have
he's not on the portal. He hasn't hit it yet.
So then you would have Harburg, you would have Kyle McCord,
Jeff Sims,
and then
the portal.
No,
today.
Sims is in the portal, isn't he?
Yeah, he just entered today or yesterday. Yeah.
I just saw someone in the chat say that rumors have McCord going to Nebraska or Rutgers.
And that's where his dad played in the 80s. So, and he's from New Jersey, so that would make sense.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Matt Rule isn't going to start a true. Yeah, I think I could see McCord taking the job for next year, and then Raiola sits and learns. Has backup time. When they're in the non-con and they're in the fourth quarter or whatever. But or he could, because I think you can do up to 4 games with a red shirt. So
yeah, that's true.
So you can do the non-con during garbage time, and still have your red shirt.
This sounds like Quinn Ewers' Arch Manning vibes written all over it.
Yeah, sounds
well,
good analogy.
Okay, yeah, could be. Well, Arch Manning, that's an interesting name. I haven't heard any portal news about him. Is he planning on leaving at all?
Well, I don't think
they're in the playoffs, so
yeah, I
think he's leaving.
Playoff teams.
Yeah.
Playoffs? Talking about playoffs? Playoffs? I just won't win a game.
I think the only playoff team right now that has somebody that declared for the portal, I think Alabama had a couple guys.
Michigan had CJ Stokes.
Oh yes, Stokes.
Running backs hit it today. So
CJ. So Michigan had CJ Stokes just declare for the transfer portal, but then Michigan received a crystal ball for Jay Sean Barham, linebacker from Maryland, who was obviously slated to go to Maryland, and then now it looks like former 4-star recruit signed with Maryland in the 2022 cycle, named a freshman All-American that year. His production dipped this year. So he started 23 games for Maryland, and looks like he's going to maybe flip to Michigan, according to Steve Lorenz.
And that's you guys definitely are losing Michael Barrett at linebacker. Like, he's one of those like 6th-year guys, and Junior Colson. Junior Colson's potential early defection to the NFL. So
yeah, Junior Colson might do another year. Michael Barrett, I think, has finally used up all 8 or 9 or however many years of eligibility.
He's gone.
Barrett's gone.
Yeah.
And Junior Colson, have they announced who won the Impact? Because he's a finalist for the Impact Award.
Really?
I wanted to ask, since you're talking about the transfer portal.
Yes, he won it.
He won it?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So wait, what is that? I've seen that award before. Is that Lot Impact Award?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that award? I've never looked into it. Okay, delivers annually student athlete who exhibits characteristics displayed by Ronnie Lott.
Yeah, so Impact stands for integrity, maturity, performance, academics, community, and tenacity. So Erica, what were you going to say? Sorry,
I wanted to know.
that news out.
It's okay. I wanted to ask what's happening in Minnesota because what's his name? The Greek
Joe Rossi.
Joe Rossi.
Yeah, what they're all transferring out. Like, what happened? Are they tired of the used car salesman or what? Like,
I think Joe Rossi likes what he's being offered at East Lansing. Honestly,
I don't know. I have seen some of the portal defections out of Minneapolis, but I don't know if any of these are starting players or significant contributors. They might be. I just don't know.
Yeah, the quarterback. Yeah, that college.
So the quarterback.
McManus. That's addition by subtraction.
The Oregon State coach is bringing all his players over to Michigan State. It looks like.
Oh yeah, I did forget that they brought in Max Brosmer from New Hampshire. So.
Speaking of Michigan State, they thought they were gonna poach Phil Parker from us. I mean, ridiculous stuff there. If USC couldn't do it, there's no way in hell Michigan State could have done it, except for the fact that he's alum, maybe. But that's not happening. So I don't know why Michigan State fans even thought they had a chance.
They're delusional.
Well, that's true too. I mean, yeah.
So let me change the year because obviously it looks like the 2024s have mostly just fled. Oh, this is the year. This is the portal year. So.
Well, Erica, Michigan State also thought they were going to get Urban Meyer too. So you know how delusional they are.
Yeah, I saw that. Yep, I saw that as well.
Dream big.
I thought they were going to get Jason Candle or Matt Ince. I was wrong on that, but I'm pretty amazed that Matt Ince is working at USC now after this season.
He probably got tired of that North Dakota weather. It's really freezing there.
Yeah, that is true. It's freezing.
I want to talk to Tim and get his analysis on Poly that we picked up from USC.
Right, David Poly. That's right. That was so he was a 3-star, I believe.
Yeah, he's 3-star.
Not that we care as much about stars, but we got CJ Stokes announced.
Sorry, USC fans.
Let's see. Position. That's everybody. David Poly is a pretty good, obviously, pickup on the defense for Michigan. Obviously, we lost CJ Stokes, but that's we already mentioned addition by subtraction. Out of every running back Michigan has, I would put CJ Stokes like close to the bottom of at least the top 5 or 6. I'm not.
And John. And John Pale is a high 3-star, but I tell you what, after watching film on him, he's very underrated. He's definitely a high 4-star from what I've seen.
Really?
Yeah, he's got size. He's got good strength too. He's pretty strong, and he's got some quickness too. So from what I've seen, I think he's a high 4-star. From what I've seen,
I think 6'3" and right around 300.
Yeah, 6'3", 315 pounds. Said go blue in the tweet. And 3-star recruit, likely play in the interior of the line. So he's become the 26th member of the 2024 recruiting class, which that's great. I am curious, Sean, from an Ohio State perspective. Obviously it's a little different when you're looking at Michigan versus Ohio State because, Michigan, Texas, Washington, and Alabama aren't probably going to be reporting a lot of transfers until after the playoff. Ohio State, where do you see you guys at in terms of transfers?
Well, basically nothing surprised me. You're just going to have a lot of attrition at a program like that. Even the kids that can't play there, the kids that are stuck third and fourth there, still have options, And outside of Fleming and McCord right now, I mean, basically, there might have been one or two in the past. Somebody else that was like a possible starter for next season. I can't. Oh, well, yeah, they're Trainum.
Trainum started a few games.
Yeah. I mean, Trainum's somewhat significant because there's a potential that the Trainum and Evan Pryor both at running back. But there's a lot of buzz, and I think it's probably true. I think Travion's coming back next year. I don't know.
John, I'm here.
I don't know that I can. I don't really want to believe it because you can't get your hopes up too much. But there's a lot of buzz that he'll be back next year. And yeah,
I'm hearing.
What was that?
Hold up, John. I'm hearing. DJ Ooey is going to Louisville, man. That's what I've been hearing.
Really?
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's what's been going around Louisville. Isn't that weird?
Is he a grad transfer? He must be, because he's like, I feel like he's transferred like every year.
Well, he just transferred for the first time. He transferred for the first time last year.
Yeah, I think he still has one full year left because I mean he only had 1 year at Clemson, then 1 year at Oregon State. So
well, he had 2 years at Clemson. He had 3 years at Clemson. He played the 2020 season, which doesn't count, and then he
I thought he redshirted in 21.
No. He was a starter that whole year, and then he started the next season and got benched halfway through for Cade Klubnik, transferred out to Oregon State this year. Yeah. But no, so I get back on the Ohio State thing. There's a lot of
I was going to say, I thought Louisville had Tyler Shaw.
What was this?
I said I thought Louisville got Tyler Shaw.
Oh yeah, I thought I heard that too.
That's what I remember hearing.
Shock or whatever. No, but yeah, so it'll be interesting because I mean Marvin Harrison has expressed that he's very, very much undecided about his future, and we know he doesn't need the money, so that's not necessarily going to be as big of a consideration. And Travion, he's a completely different. He's an unusual person. He's very spiritual, very religious. Could be moved in some kind of way that we don't understand to come back. But there's a lot of buzz, and maybe these running back defections signal that they believe Travion's coming back next year.
That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah,
is that Travion's probably going to take the NIL offer.
Yeah, and I mean, he probably goes like mid second round into the third round range, and those guys don't make like just insane money. They're making like $1 million a year. You can get NIL packages that rival those kind of offerings. So, and I mean, like Blake Corum last year, he came back when I think most people expected him to defect too. So,
but if you're Marvin Harrison, why would you want to come back and lose to Michigan again? I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but do you really think he wants to do that?
I think
he wants to beat Michigan. He said in his basically.
I want to come back. I lost 3 years in a row.
I mean, that's more of an incentive. I think that's most of the reason he's considering coming back is because he hasn't beaten Michigan yet.
True. I mean,
Michigan is probably not going to be as good next year as they are now.
But me personally, for me, I'd want to come back and beat my rival at least once. I want to be able to say, I beat my rival in my senior year, and I was able to compete to win it all.
Well, it's nice.
The problem is that bonus money is going to be, I think, too high for like Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be second overall next to Caleb. Like, that's what $25 million.
Like whatever he's getting on his allowance.
They're loaded though. Like, I mean, his dad made like $200 million playing football. They're not. I mean, he's not hurting for money.
Fair.
I mean, that's that's a different situation. I don't know. I expect him to declare for the draft, but it's much less of a foregone conclusion than you'll hear from most places.
Yeah,
Well,
you
and
know
plus,
what?
whatever you're getting on your allowance or whatever you're getting from Marvin Harrison Sr., I would use that money to invest in the stock market and just invest for the long term. That way, you got something sitting back waiting for you when your football playing days are done and over with.
Well, on a related note, I also read that Cooper DeJean has not made a decision either. And
Wow.
yeah, so I personally think he will go to the draft because he's like a number 10. He's going to be like pick number 10 by some people, like first round for sure. But the rumor going around is, he hasn't decided yet. And part of it is that he didn't like how his season ended because he got injured, which I can see that. And I know that Brad Hendricks, who's the head of our NIL collective, said they're trying to get a package going for him. So I personally don't think it'll end up happening that he comes back, but he hasn't made up his mind. And there's comments he made on Instagram too that prove he hasn't made up his mind, like that he personally made on his Instagram. So I consider that a good source. It's his Instagram, you know what I mean? And then also they're talking about Jay Higgins possibly coming back again. And also Nick Jackson, who transferred in from Virginia, might be trying to come back too, even though he technically exhausted his eligibility. He's apparently possibly eligible for a waiver because of what happened at University of Virginia and they lost their season. So I heard that they might be trying to do that too, which is part of the reason why a lot of Iowa players haven't entered the portal yet, because they're trying to figure out who's coming and going to the NFL, et cetera. So, and they're also trying to figure out the offensive coordinator too. That kind of affects who might come in.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I think JJ could potentially be a top 10 pick too. That's what I'm wondering.
No,
if he's going to be coming back or not.
I don't see JJ being a top 10 pick.
Quarterbacks sometimes.
I don't think JJ is going to beat Caleb. I don't think JJ is going to beat Caleb as a top pick for quarterback.
Oh, no, obviously
No
not.
way.
Caleb's going number 1.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
he's not going ahead of Caleb or Drake May, but there's a pack.
Or
right
Michael Penix, for that matter.
I don't know. I'm not 100% sure.
Drake May's overrated. What are you talking about?
Was it?
I said Drake May is overrated. JJ's a better quarterback than Drake May.
I do think
Drake May is going ahead of JJ.
I think that we're going to be seeing Caleb Williams, Drake May.
He might be a better quarterback in the NFL, but he's definitely not going ahead of him.
Can't help but think the recent Heisman Trophy winner Daniels will be drafted in the first round. That's what I'm thinking.
It's a really deep quarterback class, and that might lead JJ to come back. I mean, because next year's probably not as strong as this year's.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask. I don't think JJ has technically declared yet, has he?
No.
I don't think so.
I mean, they normally don't until teams and guys on playoff teams. Yeah. They don't declare until after the.
Don't put JJ McCarthy at the Commanders or Panthers, man. Don't put him at either one of those.
Panthers already got a quarterback, kind of.
But Bryce Young, I love my quarterback, Bryce Young, but I feel like David Tepper is going to ruin him. He's going to ruin him.
Well, real quick, guys, thank you, James, for your $1.99 super chat. Big Ten is lucky to have U of M. U of M is far superior to who? Maybe that was from an earlier conversation. I don't know who.
Everyone.
I mean, in the Big Ten, yeah.
More superior than the Big Ten itself? That would be a very Michigan thing to say. Yeah, we're better than the conference.
Good stuff. Thank you, James. And we love super chats. So if anybody wants a super chat, keep them coming. We appreciate it. I think JJ, I could see him going second or third round right now, maybe second. But he's not going above Caleb, Drake May.
He's not going second round. You're crazy. He's not going second round.
I think
he's very dense.
I think it's like late first, early second. I don't know. In a world where Anthony Richardson can go fourth overall, I don't want to guess anything.
Anthony Richardson had one of a kind physical traits.
Yeah, but he's not a quarterback.
That dude's trash.
Yeah.
Why are you comparing him to JJ? It's not even close.
All I said is
not even close physically. Anthony Richardson.
Cleveland Browns could get JJ McCarthy. I mean,
oh god,
no, they literally can't draft a quarterback. They've got $300 million.
Yeah,
right. They literally cannot draft a quarterback.
They tried out Joe Flacco out there from the practice squad because they were so tied up with their QB1. They can't afford to get another like.
Kevin Stefanski's doing a tremendous job as head coach, man. He's working more with less at the Cleveland Browns this season.
Jimmy Haslam is cancer to the NFL, as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly. Get rid of Haslam. He sucks.
JJ to the Patriots.
That's kind of wishful thinking. I don't think I'd want that.
That's a disaster as well.
I mean, now the Brady pressure would be massive.
They pull up South Bend's comment about JJ's arm.
Oh God,
that dude's a clown. I swear to God.
Yeah, I'm not even going to dignify that with putting it up. Yeah, JJ has a weak arm. Okay, so some people just don't watch football games. It's fine.
They're clowns.
If you want to comment and not watch football games, it's that's your prerogative. But we've seen him with an arm. We've also seen him, to be fair, be a little uneven, especially in the back half. These last couple of games, he's had really awesome moments with I think that one throw to Roman Wilson, double coverage, when he studied the tape. He literally studied the film on that defender. Yeah,
he didn't look great. I have to say, he didn't look great against Iowa. We sacked him 5 times.
Yeah, I put some of that on the line and some of that on JJ not throwing a ball away.
Sacks don't have nothing to do with throwing, though. He's questioning his throwing ability.
No, I know. Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, if we look at it at a wider range as to how good of a QB he is, I mean, he got sacked 5 times. And I'm not saying he's a bad QB at all. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he's not perfect.
Well,
you're coming back one time, so.
As long as Jalen Milroe's in the playoffs, we don't have to hear about JJ being the one that doesn't know when to throw away the ball.
And it's also like the one time, like the other QB is clearly more athletic than JJ. It's probably like the one time.
The voice of college football just put a user you've blocked in timeout for 300 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, because that dude is annoying. I can't deal with that dude.
So
he gets no football.
So we're moving on, and please consider not doing personal attacks if you're in chat.
Oh, okay. So now I know who it is. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, if we're gonna talk JJ and draft, look, I think if I had to guess, I think he might be coming back, and the reason is really because next year I think he'd have a chance to get more draft money, bonus money than this year, where there's going to be at least 3 or 4 quarterbacks probably taken ahead of him, unless there's a team that the Seahawks apparently really loved JJ when they came out and scouted him. So that's a possibility.
That's a playoff team, though. There's a pretty significant difference between getting picked in the top 3-4 and getting picked way down the line as far as guarantees in your contract and everything. So financially, it might make sense for him to bet on himself and say, I can do it. He does have to remember, though, I mean, Michigan loses, I think, every member of their offensive line and probably both Corum Edwards and both of their receivers next year.
Well, Corum's out of eligibility, isn't he?
Yeah, Corum's done.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Corum.
He might have a COVID year.
Yeah, but I can't imagine he does come back.
Corum, I see no. no scenario.
This is last year, yeah. He came back.
He already said he's.
Torm's in a
he already said
similar
he's-
situation as Torrey Taylor is. Torrey has another year, but why would he come back? He's going to be picked. He's going to be drafted. So.
Because Iowa will pay him more than any NFL team, probably.
Like I say, a putter might make more in the college than he might in the NFL.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, we're not worried about getting another punter, believe me.
Well, I mean, you're the University of Punting is winning, so I think he could probably get some NIL money.
Yeah, I'm sure, but he already wasn't going to come back last year. Like this season, I mean. He wasn't going to come back this season. And they convinced him to do it. He was he said he was 85% sure he wasn't coming back, and he did. So I think this year he's not going to come back next year. There's no way.
Okay.
The Seahawks have the 13th pick in the draft. As of when was this article written? Yesterday.
They have the which pick?
According to an article from yesterday,
There's a site called Tankathon.
13th.
Okay.
I like it. I like him going to Seattle. Seattle's, I think they're kind of on the way up because when they got rid of when they traded Russell Wilson to Denver, that was like a master class of trading because they just completely fleeced Denver, and I think they're in a good spot to kind of move back up to the dominance they were back during the Legion of Boom.
Real quick, Matthew Roberts, thank you for your first ever super chat. We always love a brand new super chatter joining the Legion. So the Legion of Boom, since we're talking Seahawks. Matthew Roberts, thank you for your $2. We appreciate that.
I saw a few minutes ago as well that somebody who I'm not going to call them out by name, but somebody was saying they don't like the panel or whatever, and that we're amateurs. If you don't like the panelists who are up here, guess what? Anyone can join. You don't have to be a keyboard warrior. You can join. So if you're going to insult us, come on, bring it.
Come on in.
Anyone?
We also live in a free society. I don't believe Mark has employed a Gestapo that is compelling anyone to watch us at gunpoint.
Right. You can hit the X.
Have we contributed enough super chats for that?
I'll contribute like another $5 if that's needed. That's no problem.
Ferris, friend of the show, also a Wolverine fan. JJ to the Giants. Well, they sure as hell need some help. So
I wouldn't wish that on JJ for anything.
I want the Lions to get a new quarterback. I really want them to get a new quarterback.
Send them to the Giants.
Yeah. No, but
I know you're a Lions fan.
Did JJ walk out on senior day? I'm sorry, Erica. Did JJ walk out on senior day? I heard he made the walk with the seniors on senior day before the Ohio State game, which is usually a pretty strong indication that you're declaring. I mean, it's nothing set in stone, but I had heard that he was going to do that.
Good question.
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that it's not a given that someone's not going to declare if they walk. I mean, it's not necessarily if they walk. I mean, at Iowa, it happens a lot.
Yeah,
they walk and they're back.
Yeah, Erica Goff is trash. They need to get rid of him. I'm sorry. I've been defending him like all year, but I'm ready for the Hendon Hooker era for Detroit.
How bad could he be? He was the number 1 overall pick.
Jared Goff giveth and Jared Goff taketh away. I mean, I've seen
my nickname for him because he turns the ball over a lot. I call him Jared Cough It Up instead of Jared Goff.
I think the better question is Taylor Swift the Yoko Ono of the Chiefs dynasty?
I knew we were.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Kansas City is still really good. And for considering that they're losing, they lost like Kareem Hunt and that
Kareem Hunt. That's like 4 years ago.
Yeah, and that jackass down in Miami that's overrated. I mean, Kansas City
Hill. Overrated. Every receiving category in the league.
Yeah, he's overrated. But I mean,
I just gotta say, I just gotta say, when she breaks up with Travis Kelce, is she gonna write a love song about him too?
Oh yeah, oh definitely.
No,
For sure. She'll probably make millions off of him.
No, if you want to go back to Yoko Ono, that would be Jessica
He's the
Simpson
next
with,
Harry
Tony
Styles.
Romo.
Oh yeah, 2007 when the Cowboys were the 1 seed, but then choked in the divisional playoffs against the Giants.
Yeah, that was the Yoko Ono moment of the NFL.
Man, that was a
Taylor
choke job right there, man.
So I want everybody saying, I want everybody spreading the word that Bama's going to win the game, that Michigan has no shot. I want it on social media so the players can see it, and you'll see how quick that gets printed and put in the locker room.
Yeah, I mean, why show up, John? Why show up?
Might as well not play the game.
Why should we show up? I mean, it's already been decided, right? We have no shot, right? Michigan has no chance.
Okay. Can we play? Let's go back in the Wayback Machine and go back to September, because talent is all that matters, right? Okay. So let's say, Alabama has 18 5-stars and 56 4-stars.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now let's go down to South Florida. They have no 5-stars and they have 8 4-stars. How many points do you think Alabama scores on USF?
I'd say at least 17.
Maybe 17. Yeah.
Darel needs to hear
We're in the Wayback Machine. Quit pretending like you already know this.
I thought it was going to be like a 40-point game, honestly.
Yeah, me too.
Darel, are you listening to this? Is this catching?
Alabama was a very flawed team at the beginning of the year, and they've improved a lot. That's why I think Saban deserves consideration for coach. I'm
not sipping the Kool-Aid that they just went from not very good to now nobody can touch them. They're elite. I'm not buying into that, man. They don't look elite to me. I'm sorry.
Okay, now
they're a very good team.
We're back in the Wayback Machine again. Okay, so we have Alabama with 18 5-stars and 56 4-stars, and now they're going up against Arkansas that has 1 5-star and 27.
This is the problem, though. You're using your
games
games from 2 months ago, from 3 months ago. I mean, they're a different team now.
Okay, then. We don't want to go that far. Okay, so we have Alabama with 18 5-stars and
what about Auburn
versus Auburn, who has no 5-stars and 35
300 yards rushing.
How much do you think they win by? Or is like
you wanted to use Michigan and Maryland's?
I got a better question.
That's fine. We'll
how
take
many yards did Auburn have rushing against Bama?
Like high 200s, I think.
Like almost 300, wasn't it? And they're a 6-6 program. So you do the math.
Well, we do have a guest caller for this particular topic who's a Bama fan. So Adam wants to come in and discuss things from the Bama perspective. So I'm going to let him, since we're talking Bama, Michigan here. So Adam, welcome to the Ocho.
What's up?
Yeah,
Adam?
thanks a lot, guys. Can you hear me?
We can.
Can you hear us?
I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Well, basically, my opinion is I'm a USC fan first, but I did some graduate school work at Alabama, so I'm a Bama fan second. I have a lot of respect for Michigan. I just don't think that they have the athletes to compete with Alabama, and I think Alabama's physicality is going to win the day. It kind of reminds me of when Michigan played Georgia in the playoff, even when they played TCU last year. I think Michigan is going to lose, and I think they're going to lose. You know, it's going to be close for a half, but I just don't see how their offense is going to score more than, say, 17 to 20 points and hold Milroe in the offense to that or less. I think Michigan loses, and I think Texas is going to beat Washington. And quite frankly, I don't even think Washington should be in the playoff. They've got like the 92nd ranked defense. I would have put Georgia in there, and I would have had it Georgia, Texas, Alabama. And I hate to say this, guys, I'm not even sure if Michigan should be in the playoff. If you really want to look at the best teams.
Adam, you realize Michigan gives up 9.5 points a game, right?
Yeah,
you
but
understand that?
I do, but against who? I mean,
And you said physicality. You said physicality. Michigan epitomizes physicality. I don't know what you're talking about there. And also,
Wait.
Didn't Ohio State say they had more talent than us the last 3 years? And what happened with that? We beat them 3 years in a row.
Yeah, you
So I'm not
did.
buying into it.
You did, but when
I'm not buying into it.
When Michigan played Georgia, they got pushed around. They were totally dominated. And when Michigan played TCU,
that Georgia
Don't even
defense,
say they got
that was
pushed
an
around,
all
Don't say they got pushed
time.
around.
That defensive front Georgia had was just like the best defensive line any college team.
Yeah, that's
Their
true.
offensive line was
best
probably
defense.
one of the 2 or 3 best.
There's a Grand Canyon of difference between 2021
No-
Georgia and 2022.
Yeah, nobody was beating Georgia that year. Nobody was beating Georgia that year. They were on another level.
They were, but I mean,
check down
Alabama
Cade that
did.
year too.
Bama did.
Check
But
down
Michigan
Cade.
was-
And
I mean,
probably would have
Michigan's
beaten them
quarterback.
twice if they didn't lose both their receivers. What?
I mean,
And that was
Michigan,
also
JJ.
Cade McNamara.
There you go.
But to say that Michigan can't physically compete with Bama when Auburn ran for almost 300 yards on them is ridiculous. That's a ridiculous take. I'm sorry.
Wait.
To me, that's
Auburn,
ridiculous.
Auburn didn't run for them on 3.
Yeah, but it's different.
It was on all 300.
Auburn did it with ball movement. Auburn kind of has a finesse running offense. They're not the same. They
And
get
it
out.
doesn't matter how they did it. They did it.
Well,
They
I mean,
did it with a-
Michigan. The way Michigan attacks is 100. Michigan is pure power. Michigan is we're coming downhill. We're running in the A and B gap.
And that's an
We're
Ohio
doing
State
ISO
fan
blocking
saying
all
it,
game
by the
long
way.
to stop us. That's not Auburn's game. Auburn's an option team.
Well, guys,
Those teams can put up weird numbers.
Well,
Against
here's my take. Penn State has a top 3 defense, and they're really good against the rush. They were giving up 60 yards a game. Michigan ran for almost 230 yards on their defense, and I don't think physical was a problem for Michigan.
It
in that
was
game.
also
So
like
I think
still
they're very
like
capable of
1.5
being
yards.
physical.
That was also the game that McCarthy had 8 passes. But that aside, I hate this comment on the screen because Alabama's a totally different team now at the beginning of the year. Was the Auburn game in September? Because I'm trying to figure things out here.
But it's one game.
I can explain
The Maryland game was that a week before with you guys.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
great. One game. We had one struggle game. Every other team we beat was either a top 10 team or a
that's
team that
it.
we just completely crapped on. So I mean, we
Yeah,
had
we
two.
pretty much
Our other 2
destroyed
close
everyone,
games were
except
top
for
10,
you.
and then everybody else was a 40-point ass whipping. So I mean, those
Alabama's going to do to Michigan what it did when Shea Patterson was the quarterback. Of
Oh,
the Citrus
shut
Bowl.
up.
And I'll tell you something. Auburn.
Where does Alabama's defense rank?
Alabama's
Numbers. Hold on.
I think Bama's defense is ranked 18th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
But they play
Michigan
against
just
SEC
played against
guys.
the number 7 Iowa team, and they didn't. I know that the score says one thing, but the fact is, if you look at the stats, and Moose and I had talked about it before, that they only got 213 yards out of us. So I mean,
Yeah, they sacked McCarthy like 5
Yeah,
times.
but you
in
also
the Iowa game, no, they didn't.
Alabama's going to dominate the trenches, guys.
Erica, you also have an elite defense. Number 4.
Yeah, that's what
Bama's ranked
They
18th.
have no chance.
Bama's ranked
That's what I'm
18th.
saying.
They're not
That's
even
my
an
point.
elite defense.
That's
They're
what-
not
that's
even an elite
exactly my
defense.
point.
I'm not
Iowa's
worried
an
about
elite-
them.
the point I'm trying to make is that Michigan has played elite defenses, and Bama's not an elite
Yeah.
defense.
Bama's got elite defensive talent.
Bama is an
They've
elite
had a bunch
Oh,
of
but
guys.
talent's not everything. My God, how many times do we have to talk about that?
Yeah, it's
But
like
they have a potential, and I mean they are very good defensively, and like some of that.
Bama gives up 130 rushing yards a game on average.
Yeah,
Nearly.
but Bama plays
And almost
has played
200
good
passes.
team, has played almost exclusively good teams.
Yeah,
Michigan's not
and they
playing
have
good defense. They
Good.
play 3 elite
Everyone in the
defenses. What are you
SEC
talking about?
is at least good, pretty
Oh
much.
yeah, our Arkansas is really light.
John,
we're on
listen,
fire.
listen.
What
Iowa's
were they in?
number 4.
Arkansas has a
Michigan is
bad
number
record.
2.
Arkansas would be a
Penn State is-
bold
is
team if they
Michigan
were in the
number
Big
2.
Ten. Arkansas would be a bold team.
Can we
if they
have
were in
one
the Big
person
Four-
talk at once, please?
Sean,
Thank you,
4 of
Erica.
the top 5. 4 of the top 5 defenses are in the Big Ten.
Yeah,
Penn
because
State number
Big
1,
Ten's terrible
Michigan number
offense.
2, Ohio
Okay.
State number 3, and Iowa number 4. So Michigan has played 3 elite defenses. Alabama's not even elite on defense. They're barely in the top 20.
Yeah, and when the Big
So
Ten
I don't
goes
know.
into when the Big Ten
Yeah,
goes
you
into
scored
the playoffs, the Big
17
Ten
against one and
loses.
then had 213 yards against another. I mean,
That's what I don't understand. SEC fans, it's different when you play SEC. No, it's not. The stats don't lie, man.
They absolutely do. They absolutely do. The Big Ten, the reason why there are 4 of the 5 top defenses are in the Big Ten is because the Big Ten is garbage offensively.
Yeah, because Big Ten offenses are fat and
Michigan's
slow.
not garbage offense. Look how we perform.
The Big Ten has two, maybe 3 if you include Maryland.
Sean, you don't know what you're talking about. Dude, listen, Bama and Michigan are nearly identical statistically in offense. Bama has like 20 more yards. That's it. They're pretty much even. So I don't understand what you're talking about.
I'm saying there's a reason why Alabama is not in the top 5, top 6, but they probably are a top 10 defense in terms of their actual ability. The Big Ten's defensive numbers, all their defensive numbers are inflated because of the inferior.
I don't believe that.
I mean,
I don't buy that for a second.
Argue this point.
Don't buy it.
You can say there's 3, and I think you're stretching.
I can tell you this.
I can tell you this. Keep talking,
guys. Seriously.
No, I just want to say
Sean,
there are 3. I think at most there are 3 offenses in the Big Ten that are above average: Ohio State, Michigan, and Maryland. Everyone else, I mean, is that?
Yes, Maryland.
Yeah, and they're even kind of stretching it. They can be pretty bad sometimes too.
You're talking defensively, right?
No, I'm talking
offensively.
Oh, okay.
Offensively.
No, not defense.
This is why the Big Ten's. This is why the Big Ten's has so many teams at the top defensively, because they're just not playing very good offenses. And why Alabama's Alabama with.
I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that.
Alabama has 4 guys on defense.
So
I'll tell you this, Sean.
Hold on 1 second. So, Sean, what are we supposed to go off of then if we can't go off stats? Is there anything else? I mean, we can't. What are we supposed to do?
You can watch the game. You can use like more advanced.
Well, I've watched Iowa games. I've watched them dominate on defense all year. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Iowa's a great defensive team. Iowa would be a very high, but they're probably not the 4th or 5th best defense in the country.
They're number 7 in the country. They're top 10 every single year. I have news for you.
You also play very bad offenses every year. I'm like,
they're number 4 in the Big Ten. Like Moose said, they're number 4 in the Big Ten, number 7 in the country. That's pretty damn good. And what if we can't trust stats? What are we even playing for? Like, what's the point of any of it?
I'll tell you this, Sean. Michigan. I know Michigan for a fact. Michigan wouldn't give up almost 300 yards to Auburn. I know that for a fact.
Okay, so can I respond to that?
Yeah.
So first of all, when I was talking about Michigan in the Citrus Bowl with Shea Patterson, what I was talking about was, like with Georgia, they got pushed around in the trenches by both teams, and they lost to TCU last year. They're going to lose again, okay? There's no way Michigan's offense, with their wideouts and tight ends, is going to press Bama given their corners and their secondary. It's just not going to happen. I think Michigan plays a lesser level position. And as far as the defense go, Iowa's defense is extremely well coached and disciplined, and they were probably could be argued as were the best defense in the Big Ten. It's their offense that was the problem. But regardless of that, Michigan is not going to compete physically with Alabama. They're not going to be able to score, and Milroe is going to run all over Michigan. And
I disagree about the physicality.
Delusional.
I think of the point of attack,
delusional.
The line of scrimmage.
I probably agree with you.
I got a question. Did you actually watch the Alabama-Georgia game? Because I saw Beck hit Alabama defensive backs in the hands 4 different times. And I'm not saying like barely, run your I mean, hit them in the hands 4 times. They dropped all 4 of them. This includes that overrated crap bag, Kool-Aid McKinstry. They couldn't catch one ball that hits them right in the hands. And this secondary is supposed to be something I'm supposed to be afraid of.
Yeah,
That
that is where you're
like Caleb Downs.
That is where the real match.
And the Auburn argument doesn't make any sense because Auburn schemes differently than most teams, and it was at Jordan Hare, and it was the Iron Bowl.
now we're talking schemes. Is that your cue? Schemes? We're talking.
Yeah,
schemes
look
now?
at Auburn's
Okay.
offense and how they ran for those 240 in Jordan Hare in the Iron Bowl, which
Oh,
is
it was
all
a
to
scheme.
throw off
That's
that
what it was.
rivalry.
That you got ran for
Auburn,
300 yards. It
Auburn
was a
lost to
scheme.
New Mexico State. What are we doing?
By 20
Yeah.
points.
Exactly.
You're going to see what's going to happen. Alabama's going to dominate in the trenches, and that's what's going to happen. And I don't say that because like I'm
You're
biased.
going to find out that you're wrong.
I don't
too.
think Michigan's
You're
that
going to find out
good.
that you're wrong about that.
Well, maybe you're right.
I don't think Bama's that good. So I guess we'll find out.
I mean, this isn't.
Yeah,
your
maybe I'm
father's-
wrong.
Listen. This isn't your father's Bama team, okay? They are not as dominant as they've been in years past. They just aren't.
But Erica, they're a team this year. They are a team, and
I
they
didn't
have.
say they weren't, but they're not. They're not the automatic number
And
one.
they are hungry. They're like Clubber Lang in Rocky 3, man. They are hungry, and I'm telling you, they are going to knock the shit out of Michigan.
Every
Thank
team
you,
is
Adam.
hungry to
Ohio
play this
State
level.
without the head coach, bro. What
Hold
are
on
you
one
talking about?
second. Hold on one second. So, Adam, every team at this level needs to be hungry. That doesn't mean Alabama's going to win. You think Michigan's not hungry? Have you seen their fans online and stuff like that?
Thank you.
That's ridiculous.
I think Michigan looked scared to death when they found out they were playing Bama.
No, I'm sorry. That was shot. That was one. That was live.
Yeah.
That was
It was
a live
like all
shot.
of us.
Michigan's
That was a
going
live
down
shot.
the tubes, guys.
What the hell?
That
Florida
was
State got left.
And let me
was-
tell you something else. Bama's going to lose to Texas again. There's going to be a rematch, and Texas is going to beat them a second time.
I
I
really,
don't care about
that was a real time live reaction to watching a 13-0
Michigan has
how-
an elite defense, and
that was a
doesn't.
real
That's
that
why.
was a real time
Michigan's self-esteem went into the gutter when they
Guys,
heard Bama.
let's.
That was a live real time reaction of watching a 13-0 Power 5 team being paid off by ESPN to say you're not good enough, and watching their darling SEC get snuck in there.
Without
Everybody-
Jordan
that was
Travis.
Listen,
That was
listen.
I don't care if they were down to their fifth string quarterback. 13-0 Power 5 team should be in regardless because they
Oh,
earned their
no.
way. They won the game on the field. The playoff isn't decided in September. The committee doesn't meet in September and say, okay, well we think these are the four teams, so we're just going to reverse engineer this. You actually have to win on the field, and Alabama did not. When it came down to it, they lost at home by double digits to one of these teams. That's not earning it in my book. And then I can name all these other games. Like I said, the South Florida, the Texas A&M,
Bama's not
Arkansas,
elite.
Auburn.
They're not
They did
elite.
not
Alabama
look good.
played
They
better
did not look good.
competition.
Yeah, okay, that's great.
I could have gone 13-0 in the ACC.
The
Oh,
SEC is
stop
not,
it.
is
Okay,
not
so
that
I-
good
I-
this year, man.
so I
Sorry,
guess
they're
what
not
you
that
do
good
is-
this year.
I guess Alabama needs to start scheduling more Western Carolinas and more Furmans and more Citadels so they can actually earn it on the field.
The
instead of
SEC is
playing
dominant.
They
some
didn't
team
earn it
that's
on the
gonna-
field.
If they scheduled Western Carolina that week instead of Texas, they're in guaranteed. Like
And
nobody.
then we have no problem. Then Alabama's 13-0, and we have absolutely no problem.
Yeah, but what you guys aren't arguing is and something nobody talks about. Why the hell is Washington in the playoff? Washington has the
13-0.
92nd ranked defense. I don't care what their record is because they play lesser competition.
And they have
And
a top,
Texas is going to kill them, and Texas is going to beat Bama.
they have a top
Well, everyone said
offense.
that. Everyone said Oregon was going to crush.
Yeah, that's
Georgia.
true. And, Oregon was like a 9-point favorite going in.
We'll
Nine and a half
find out.
favorite,
I
yeah.
think Michigan's the best team in the playoffs, so we'll find out.
But see,
But
this is
guys,
why they
how can
play
you
the
keep
game.
Georgia out when Georgia and Brock Bowers and McConkey were both injured? It was so obvious. I mean,
Because-
Georgia was
Well, I mean-
Georgia's way
Injury-
better than
injury
Michigan or
excuses.
Washington.
Well, because I mean, this year
Hey,
you
did
had
FSU get left out because of Travis's injury? And you're making
Yes.
injury excuses for Georgia?
all,
Okay.
Yeah.
all 5 conference championship winners this year, all 5 of the Power 5 had either 0 losses or 1 losses. So there's absolutely no way a non-conference winner was going to make this. It isn't like last year where you had a Utah with 2 losses win the pack. So you in a situation like that where every conference winner is in the conversation, you can't put in a non-conference winner. I don't care if people think they are. And if you check Georgia's schedule this year, it's crap. I mean, a Missouri team they barely beat by 1 score. Their best win was what? They blew out Ole Miss.
Missouri. That was it.
No, they didn't.
No,
They only beat Missouri by 1 score. They blew out Ole
Missouri's a
Miss.
top 10 team. I mean, Georgia's schedule wasn't that great. No.
The committee should have never put in TCU over a 2-loss Bama team, and you saw what happened, 65-7. Michigan's going to lose. Alabama is going to dominate the trenches, and then Alabama's going to lose to Texas because Texas is going to dominate them in the trenches, and Texas is going to win the
Bama
national
doesn't
championship.
dominate anything. They don't dominate anything.
Yes, you win your games then.
Well,
Bama's dominated most of the teams.
The only thing they dominated is high school teams. That's the only thing Bama's dominated this year. That's it.
Wahoo fan has backed you up, Adam. Final score: Bama 42, Wolverines 14. So there you go. And I think Darel's was similar to that. So Bama's going to win. Michigan has no shot.
42.
Take it to the bank.
They're not scoring more than 20 on our defense. I'll bet money on that.
But being serious for a second, if you look at I've got the stats up, points per game. Michigan's 14th in the country. Alabama's 19th. So, and they're I think it's by like 1 point. So from an offensive perspective, you can argue strength of schedule. You can argue one play. But look, Michigan played Ohio State. Michigan played Penn State. Alabama played good, Georgia, and what was their other really good team? I mean, maybe LSU.
Texas,
so I mean,
they lost.
And they lost to Texas.
And LSU has no defense whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah.
From a defensive perspective, Michigan's number one.
The guy who's the Michigan fan, can I just ask a random question? Why is Jim Harbaugh so weird? I see him in press conferences, and he doesn't answer. He's bizarre. What is with that guy?
So you talk about him?
I think he's on the.
He's a genius. I mean, he's a wonderful coach, but he's just weird.
Well, why is Brian Kelly weird? He dances with his young players.
He's weird too.
That's weird.
I'd argue Mike Leach is weird too. You hate him?
I love Mike Leach. I miss him.
Who cares about nothing to do with the game on the field, for crying out loud? I mean,
because Erica,
you're Monday night talking with strangers on the internet. I don't think any one of us can be leveling accusations of weirdness.
Erica, you're arguing. We look at people we look at how they play on the field, but it's not just whether they win; it's who they play against and how they win. And you look at the skill players, you look at their lines, you look at, and you can tell who's, what teams are generally better. And I don't see Michigan beating Bama, and I don't see Bama beating Texas. And I don't understand why Washington.
Obviously, some people here don't agree with you, and that's fine. Everyone's entitled to their.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, Adam. Final thought for you. I just
don't think it's going to be a total. I think it's going to be a competition. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that either team wins. That's my.
Well, I might be wrong, guys, but I appreciate you having me on. Thanks for listening, and great show as always.
Absolutely, roll Tide.
Take care.
All right, and last thing on this topic is that tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have the Alabama panel. On Michigan Wolverines Live, and it's going to be our buddy here, Jackson Johnson, host of the Jacksonian. We'll also have Jeff Tide Guy, and we're going to have Jeffrey Only Talk Sports. So as we know, roots for Bama and Indiana. So very excited to see all three perspectives tomorrow night with the Alabama panel. So final topic today is one that I bring on sometimes. Everybody talks about their team and what's next for their team. We do have another caller, so I'm going to just see. So Matt Roberts has been waiting patiently. I'm gonna say, Matt, welcome to the Ocho, and he's gone. So
okay,
that was quick.
So, he was waiting in the chat for a while.
Very time efficient there.
That was just boom. Okay. So everybody talks about their team and what's next. Let's start with Erica.
Okay, so what's next? I mean, I've already alluded to it. Kirk is interviewing offensive coordinators as we speak, apparently. The word on the street is he wants someone younger who does not necessarily have Iowa ties, which I think is very exciting because most of the fan base thought they would hire internally, but from what I've heard, it sounds like that's not going to be the case. The Brad from the NIL Collective came on Corey Rada's show and said that Kirk is apparently interviewing. He didn't name anyone specific, but he said that Kirk is interviewing some people that you would not even think of to come to Iowa.
Wow.
So
not just Paul Christ.
I just, you know what? He wants someone younger, I think, based on what I've read and what I've heard. That seems to be what he wants. Now, I'm not making guarantees because who knows what's going on behind closed doors, but that's what's up. Also, what's next? They're trying to figure out who's coming back. Like I mentioned before, most people seem to think that, well, there's nothing promised, obviously, nothing for sure, but most people seem to think that there's a good chance that Luke Lachey comes back. Eric All probably is not coming back.
Wow. Luke Lachey's coming back?
He's thinking about it. Because the argument is that he doesn't have enough tape. But they have to see, where he projects and everything like that. But he's a possibility. Obviously, for those who don't know, Kate is coming back.
Yep.
So I'm not sure how I feel about that because, frankly, I feel like there's not going to be a real quarterback competition. I think that's a big mistake because I don't think he's going to be fully recovered. We saw what happened last time. I'm not a complete believer. Hopefully I'm wrong. And then other than that, I did also hear that all 3 running backs are coming back, which is huge for us. So that's exciting.
Wow.
So, yeah, basically we're just waiting to see who the offensive coordinator is going to be. We're waiting to see who's coming back. And we're also waiting to see if Beth Getz is going to be our permanent AD. By Iowa law, they have to put out like a job announcement. So they've done that now, and they've selected the committee who's going to choose the person. Most people seem to think it'll be her. I'm hopeful it will be because I just like her attitude, and I think she's got a lot of great ideas for the collective and stuff like that, and is very supportive of NIL and all that. So I think she would be great for Iowa, and hopefully we do hire her.
So if we go on to ZipRecruiter or LinkedIn Jobs or something, we can go apply to be the Iowa AD.
Cool.
Or
Well, I know it's officially on their website for sure. That's what I haven't caught. I mean,
that's cool.
Hey, if you feel like you want to apply and you like nice college towns in the Midwest, do apply. It's a great little town. Most people don't even know about Iowa City, and I admittedly did not before I went there for grad school, but it's a cute Midwestern town, and if you are interested, the listing's up, so feel free.
There you go. There you go. All right, Moose, your turn.
I don't really have much to say about Michigan. I'm just waiting for the bowl game on New Year's Day. Bama fans seem to be worse than Ohio State fans now. They just, I know they've won a lot of national championships and they have a lot of history, but they're just, a lot of them are delusional, man. If they think they're just going to blow out Michigan, I don't see that happening. But
Jackson's cool.
Yeah,
Jackson's cool.
I think it's going to be a really good game, and I think it's going to be close. There's a chance that Bama could beat Michigan, but there's also a chance that Michigan could beat Bama too. It just depends on who comes to play and who wants it more really when it starts. But I did hear that I haven't been much into the transfer portal, but I did hear that Michigan is in talks with Dante Moore about him coming to Michigan. I don't know if he's.
How
I
did
heard
I
he's been
miss
talking
that?
to Michigan
Yes.
State. Yeah. I heard he's been talking
Dante
to Michigan
Moore.
State too, but I don't know what's going on yet. But
all the buzz a week ago was that he was going to Ohio State.
Yeah, I don't
But
think he's going to Ohio State, but we'll see. I heard he's between. Well, he might go to Ohio State. I think Ohio State isn't one Ohio State on his list. I believe. I think it's Michigan, Ohio State. Yeah, and a couple other teams.
You can have him. You can have him. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not sure I want him, but I mean, I'm not going to not take him. He could be a good backup or a second string or whatever.
Didn't he have 11 touchdowns and 9 picks?
Yeah.
Did he? Yeah.
He had barely more than half.
50. Yeah. Bad O-line.
It just bothers. I know Bama fans have reason to be confident, but I mean, the last 2 years, Georgia has been the brand in football, in college football. So, I know Bama has their seven national championships, but not recently. So, it's just a lot of overconfidence for Bama fans. When they haven't really done nothing in the last 3 years. So,
I'll be honest. This game looks like a toss-up to me. I mean, it could be either or. And I mean, this is not the same Michigan team that got spanked by Georgia 2 years back. This is not the same Michigan team lost TCU. Something I always take from this that everybody is going to bring their A game against the Alabama Crimson Tide, and Michigan does. I mean, those that were talking about Alabama Auburn a little while ago, as I said before, I'll say it again. Nobody brings their A game against New Mexico State, but everybody brings their A game against Alabama.
And Jackson, this is what kills me. Everybody points to that 2021 Georgia beatdown against Michigan when they want to refer to Michigan can't compete on the big stage. First of all, Georgia had the best team probably of all time that year. Nobody was beating Georgia that year. And 2021, people don't understand. We had Cade McNamara as quarterback, and I'm not dissing Cade Mack. I don't think he's a bad quarterback, but he's no JJ McCarthy, man. It's a different.
He hit his ceiling in that game.
Does Cade have some bad blood with Michigan? I've seen some interviews with him that make it seem like
his outro was a little personal, I thought.
Well, I've seen a couple.
He doesn't even say our name anymore.
No.
There was an interview.
I lost a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, he kept
There was
saying
an interview right before the
know
game. He said the other team in an interview recently. Yeah.
I will say though,
Talking
if
Hawks, which is an
Michigan
awesome
does
podcast.
lose, people are gonna be putting Michigan in the same category as like Virginia basketball, the Los Angeles Dodgers, and the LA Clippers.
Well, I thought you were going to say the Buffalo Bills.
Virginia basketball and the Dodgers both eventually did get.
Because they have the reputations of doing very well in the regular season, but losing big in the postseason.
Yeah.
And that's what's going on with Michigan right now. They got to get that monkey off their back. They can't win in the playoffs. Everybody keeps pointing, you guys do good in the regular season, but when you get to the postseason, you guys choke. That's what Michigan needs to get off their back. They need to get that first semifinal playoff win.
Yeah.
I will say
it would have been
that
nice to have it happen against TCU instead of against the greatest coach of all time.
God.
But
I will say I've looked at
it is what
the
it is.
series history. Bama Michigan's only met in bowl games and in the Jerry Dome 2012. I hope one of these days Bama Michigan can set up a home and home. That'd be neat.
Yeah.
I want to see a Bama Michigan game on CBS at the Big House. That'd be cool.
So would I. Hell, I'd like to see it because I'm about 4.5 hours away from Tuscaloosa. I wouldn't mind it coming down here.
Sweet.
Yeah, home and home. Darel, he's had some very out there takes, but he's right about this one.
Yeah,
the team did beat them that year. Alabama did. So
and Alabama probably would have beaten them the second time, except both their receivers were hurt. One were hurt in that game.
So, yeah, who won the SEC championship though? It wasn't Bama.
Bama won that year. Bama beat them in the SEC title.
Well, how did Georgia win the national championship then?
They both got in
because they were undefeated.
Oh,
they
both got
in.
Okay.
Bama beat Cincinnati and Georgia beat Michigan, and Georgia won the rubber match.
Well, Georgia got really a lot better once playoffs hit because they looked unstoppable in the playoff.
I mean, their championship game against Bama was a classic. I mean, that was a really good game. That came down to the last couple minutes.
Bama's best game that year was probably that SEC championship game.
Oh yeah. They were pretty. They were kind of like in the situation Washington was against Oregon. I think they were pretty significant underdogs going into that game, and then went kind of wild.
Yeah, they beat Georgia pretty
good. We got upset by Texas A&M that year.
Yeah.
That's true.
Alabama has a little bit of a bugaboo in College Station for some reason.
Yeah.
Well, it's just that Jimbo Fisher and Texas A&M always brought their A game against Bama, but they couldn't bring their A game against everybody else.
I believe that game against A&M was the first time Saban had ever lost to an assistant. And then he lost to Kirby Smart in the national championship game that year. But he was like 25-0 or something against his former assistants.
Was that
And the third time, I believe, was against Steve Sarkisian earlier this year.
Yep.
And was that A&M team ranked?
No.
Pitiful.
That was
the one that-
Alabama's first in like over a decade.
Yeah, because I know they had a long streak of winning against unranked teams. I couldn't remember if that was the one that was a streak that beat the game that beat the streak or not.
And I'll say this not to belabor the SEC point too much, but sometimes teams that don't have great records in the SEC still have the talent. Like they still have the players that on a given day, on their best day, they can show up and pull off the big upset. And that's what you don't get so much in the Big Ten. I mean, I don't think Minnesota on their best
what
day.
is your issue with me, dude? What is your issue with me? He's been talking about me constantly.
Did I mention your name at all?
No, South Bend Hawkeye. I'm talking about
South Bend.
The guy in the chat.
Okay. My bad.
Yeah.
Did I
South
pay
Bend,
your
let's-
Cheerios or something, dude? What's going on?
He just
Yeah,
has
we've
some hard
already-
on for Michigan.
Yeah, he's not a fan.
I could pin it back to it because he started getting a little sour because I remember he was asking me and other people about the Penn State Iowa game, and I said Iowa has pretty much little to no chance of winning that game, and surprised Penn State kicked their teeth in, and then that's when he just absolutely soured on Michigan and just started going on this little rant and started whining and stuff. So I think that was the kind of the turning point of his anti-Michigan.
Yeah, he does cry a lot. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. So
All right. Sean, would you? We've talked a little about Ohio State, but obviously you've got a bowl coming up against Missouri.
Yeah.
Who do we think is so? Devin Brown officially going to be the starter that game?
He's taking the first team reps. He's fully ready. He's going in practice. Apparently, the practices have been really brutal. They're basically in fall camp mode. Trying to decide. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw even more portal entries after this bowl camp. But he's getting the first team reps. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Lincoln Keenholz in the game in some capacity. Keenholz and Brown are very similar. They're both very athletic, raw passers. So there's no one. Apparently, there's none of the draft players have sat out these bowl practices. So Ibuka, Harrison, Henderson, JTT, all of them still preparing to go in the game. So no one's declared that they're not going to be a part of the team for the game. So I don't know. There's a lot to unpack, and I'm sure even if those guys play, you're going to see a lot of reps for a lot of the younger guys. So not much more to say. It does look like they are going to flip the top safety in the country. Coy Parrish is a guy from Minnesota.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's being crystal ball now. He took a visit to Ohio State, showed an image with him in the Buckeye gear, and now it's the crystal balls are all switching him over to Ohio State. So huge pickup. If he switches and Raiola flips to Nebraska, I believe that would give Ohio State the number one class in the country for this recruiting cycle. So, I mean, recruiting titles don't mean a whole lot, but they're kind of fun, sustaining for the offseason. We still there's still a lot of bated breath about the number one overall player in the country, Jeremiah Smith, at receiver. He's not. He claims to be fully committed to Ohio State, but Florida State
taking a visit, right, to Florida State.
Yeah, he already took one, but he took one. He took one when they played. Well, he took a visit to Florida when Florida played Florida State, and then he was actually in the Florida State locker room, I guess. So, it's it's not in the bag just yet. So, but yeah, I did want to say I've heard Bryce Underwood. It seems I know that's a year away and a lot's going to change, but there's a lot of momentum on him going to LSU now.
Right.
Is that correct? Yeah. So
Yep.
that'd be a big loss for the conference if we let him get out of the Midwest. So
yeah, I mean the package that's being reported, if it's even close to what like the 3 to 5 million that we've heard about through some of the various tweets and wires and things, but I mean I just don't see Michigan. Michigan historically has not been willing to give NIL to recruits. So most likely what they're going to do is let him go to LSU for a year. And then if he decides to transfer to get a Michigan education, that might be what happens. We pick him up next year. But no, I mean, really, they might let him go to LSU because you can't attach money to any type of condition other than the one stipulation is that some have had in it, like Jalen Rashada deal had in it, like that he had to have a residence in the town of the college. So that might be a thing, but like they can't tie, like if LSU's boosters or like a partner company offered $5 million, they can't tie that to you have to go to LSU the whole 4 years. So he could do a year at LSU and then bounce and go to wherever, Michigan or somewhere else.
Yeah, and aren't scholarships in at Division I, aren't they like block grants? So they're year to year necessarily. Like you don't sign a 4-year contract that you can have your scholarship revoked from you.
Right.
We're not renewed for the next season. So yeah, you're not.
It can be revoked.
Are tied. Yeah, I don't know if there's something. Was he? Christopher in the private feed here, Christopher's going on and on about we didn't let Matt in. I mean, we did let Matt call and something happened. He wasn't there for
I don't want to let somebody in who's calling people names and stuff, and we're not going to do that.
Yeah, he's just upset that I threw him out because he was being a jerk. So I'm just being honest here. He thinks I'm a coward. I don't tolerate crap from people.
Well, why don't
we're just gonna.
Why don't you throw us out there? He's been calling people names all day.
Exactly.
Yeah, we just took care of that. So we're not going to have people calling.
Okay.
There's a reason I didn't bring him up.
Yeah, a couple last tweets on Ohio State. Big time. The entire Ohio State fandom wants to see Parker Fleming, the special teams coach, replaced, and I think I'm with them on that. The special teams have been not a disaster, but I mean, we haven't made any plays on special teams in I think like 3 years. We haven't made any big time, and we've had a lot of misses, a lot of blown assignments in those games. So he should be seeing the door. And the rumor is that his replacement will be James Laurinaitis, the old great linebacker for the Buckeyes, and long career in the NFL. If you've ever seen him on television, he's a very dynamic person. He's very articulate. He presents him, he's got a lot of charisma to him. And they want to get him into one of those 10 assistant coaching positions where he can actually go on the road and recruit. He's currently some sort of grad assistant or quality control. He's in one of those auxiliary positions right now, and they definitely want to get him into the onto the staff right now. And so lots of very borderline NFL draft decision. Lots of guys that have somewhere between like late second to like 4th, 5th round grades. Guys like Michael Hall and Tyleek Williams, the defensive tackles. Jack Sawyer at defensive end, Jordan Hancock, the nickel back, Lathan Ransom as a safety. And so there's and Donovan Jackson, offensive guard. So there's a lot of names to keep an eye on that I think are complete coin flips as far as NFL draft declarations, and that will significantly alter the makeup of this team next year.
Yeah, James. Yeah, I'm just looking up James Laurinaitis, and he also spent a year, it looks like, with Marcus Freeman.
Yep. Notre Dame, yep.
Notre Dame. So
okay. Yeah, he was there last year, yep. He came over.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, let's see what happens with special teams, and I'm sure that Ryan Day. It's a tough position to be in for Ryan Day because on the one hand, like, you lose one game, like it's not like when Brian Kelly in 2016 had to overhaul his staff, or even Michigan when they had 2 wins in 2020. You have one loss, so I'm sure there's some retooling that will need to happen, but like you're not going to be wholesale. Maybe Hartline continues to be an OC in name only, and Ryan Day calls the plays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but like what
also,
I mean,
how long can that go on? Like Hartline's a top coaching candidate, viewed as a rising star. And then, I mean, how long can you just, keep his responsibilities static and expect to retain them?
Yeah, maybe another year.
Yeah,
I'd say one more year.
Yep. So yeah. Okay, just to say that I don't expect a whole lot of. Other than that, I don't expect a whole lot of coaching transition. Jim Knowles was up for the Duke job.
Right.
Just went to Manny Diaz.
Right.
And I don't think he's going to be a candidate for any other potential Power 5 jobs that were to open up, and I don't think he would leave for a Group of 5 head coaching job. So.
Yeah, and he's making a nice check at Ohio State, so he's going to be all right. All right, last. So we'll go, Mike. Anything to add from Moose on Michigan and what you're looking forward to? I did see in the building. I forget who shared it on Twitter, but they did change the signage from "What are you doing to beat Ohio State today?" And they've changed it to "What are you doing to beat Alabama today?" So they're going all in on Alabama mentality to beat them, but.
Well, I'm not hitting my woman, so I guess that makes me a little bit better than an Alabama fan. But...
Oh, jeez.
Wait.
Oh, jeez.
But as far as this game, I mean, here's how I break it down. I like to break it down by positions. If it's Milroe versus JJ, I think I take JJ on that easily. Now, Milroe, I think he's a better scrambler, and now JJ is a 4.4 runner. But, his game is still predicated on the pass, whereas Milroe is predicated almost strictly on the run. Now, he does have a decent deep throw, but, as far as running backs, if it's the question of Blake Corum or Jace McClellan, give me Blake Corum all day. Sorry. Now, Bama obviously has the better wideouts. I would Roman Wilson versus Jermaine Burton. I'd take Burton in this one.
Yeah, I would.
And Bond is
certainly deeper. Certainly, like if you go down the depth chart, Bama's got more.
Yeah, I would take Bond over any number 2 we've got.
Yep.
As far as front 7, I think that's a bit of a push. I might give a slight advantage to Alabama. Very, very slight advantage.
I would even add, Mike, that Michigan has faced a better wide receiver core at Ohio State than Bama.
That's obvious. That's obvious.
I'm not worried about it.
Yeah. That I didn't need to mention that because I thought that was kind of a duh. But I mean, now as far as secondary, I think our secondary is a couple notches better than Alabama, especially if now Alabama gets kind of credit because they have a guy with a nickname named after some poor poor man's sugar drink, but that doesn't mean they're that good. Because I've seen them.
Yes, Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid rocks. I don't want any Kool-Aid slander in here.
Yeah, whatever. But I've seen a lot of games where Alabama's defensive backs just did not perform. I mean, I think they're kind of a reputation. They keep thinking there's a bunch of Clinton Dixes on this, and it's like, no, this secondary is overrated. I'm sorry. I would give us a slight advantage on special teams. I think Samaj Morgan is a better returner than anything they've got. Kickers are kind of an even. I know a lot of Bama fans think Will Reichard, for him, they thought he was
Morgan's a dog.
Yeah, I think a lot of Alabama fans were thinking that Will Reichard was going to, is the best kicker in the nation. I would disagree on that one. But I think overall this is not where one team is considerably better than the other. I have this game as 27-24 Michigan. And
I think Michigan has the better secondary and defensive line than Bama. That from what I've seen.
I think the front seven is comparable. I think they both have very legit front sevens, and I think
Michigan. I think it's pretty clear though. Michigan's got the better interior defensive line.
Yeah.
Bama's got the better.
They've got the better edge guys.
Like that's that. I don't even think those are debatable. Like Michigan's.
I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Bama's got the better edge.
Bama's got better edge rushers, and that's why I said it's kind of a push. We got better interior, they got better exterior. And then I've gone over all the skill positions in secondary. So I mean, if adding up everything I've seen and everything I know, I'm leaning 27-24. It's going to be a relatively low scoring game. It's going to be
I said 24. I said 24-21 Michigan.
Yeah, I don't think either team gets 30 in my opinion.
Dependent Fanatic disagrees. Has Michigan 31-20. So that would, if that happens, man, I mean, that'd be great.
If Michigan reaches 30, it's our best offensive output of the year by far. And this includes the 26 on Iowa.
This would be best since 06, probably.
But
I wanted to say that I think anyone who thinks that Bama's just going to walk in there and beat Michigan, I just don't see that happening. I mean, I don't know who to pick. I think they're both great teams. And stuff like 30, that's what I'm talking about. 31-10, I don't see that type of thing happening. I think Mike's take is the accurate one.
The one thing that I have to see before I won't believe is I think Saban and Bama are just much better coming off of these long breaks than Harbaugh and Michigan. I mean, recent.
That's true.
I mean, it's just we've seen Bama at their best in the postseason.
Okay,
and we've seen Michigan at their worst in the postseason.
But that reminds me of something else I want to point out. Whether your opinions on Harbaugh and Saban, okay, that's fine. When it comes to coordinators, this is Michigan by about 3 billion miles. If the question is Sharon Moore or Tommy Rees, kiss my ass if you think Tommy Rees is even in the same argument. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not even close. It's not even close.
And Steele versus Minter, sorry. Like I said, the both coordinator positions heavily favor Michigan. So that's another reason why I had Michigan winning this.
Troy, I love my Crimson Tide and all, but that's not gonna happen.
56-7. I mean, we are getting like it's interesting because the Bama predictions range anywhere from a close win to a blowout, but the Michigan predictions for Michigan winning are like 3 to 10 points.
Yeah,
so is that
we know why always
range?
Consider the source of these scores, though. I mean, we're talking about a mentally inferior fan base here.
We know why OSU is making those big scores. We know why they're butthurt about losing 3 years in a row.
I do think if the game is a blowout one way or another, it's more likely to be an Alabama blowout over Michigan. They're the more explosive. There's not
going to be a blowout. I'm someone who's
it can happen.
I'm not someone who's biased either way because, frankly, I have no skin in this game. But I just don't see either team blowing the other one out. And also, the other thing I was going to say is something that I was talking about with Adam in chat, and that is that Bama's quarterback seems to have an issue with he either shows up for the game or he doesn't type of thing. Sometimes he shows up, sometimes he doesn't. So if he doesn't show up against Michigan, that's going to really hurt the Tide's chances.
He doesn't handle pressure very well either, so that's going to be interesting too to see if Michigan can get pressure in his face.
They should be able to get pressure. Alabama is not great. Their offensive line has been an issue.
Yeah.
It's been a disaster, but I will say,
that's overstating it. I mean, they haven't been. Yeah.
I will say though, we've cut down on the penalties quite a lot. Like if you look back at the first half of the season, like Texas A&M and Texas and Ole Miss and South Florida, good God, there were a lot of penalties. I mean, we were undisciplined, but I will say, since victory over Tennessee, we straightened up real quick. Straightened up real quick.
And just
I will say for Michigan.
Another thing is that I want another reason I want Michigan to win. Like I said, all my family is from Southeast Alabama, and my uncle, who is a rabid Alabama fan, bet me $100 that Alabama would win. So,
wow.
If you see Michigan winning, on December 2nd, just know that I'm $100 happier.
So you get the Benji for Mike. If
you're gonna get that old Ben Franklin, huh?
Yep. See no coming daddy's way if Michigan pulls this one off.
I will say
no, Mike. Did you demand your uncle pay you in singles? Because I know you typically prefer $1 bills.
Not if you've seen the strip clubs down here. No. Pass.
Oh Lord. Jackson. Well, go ahead, Moose, and then we're going to go to Jackson for
I will say
about the team.
I will say, John, I do hope Will Johnson will be back for the bowl game because that's going to be really important.
Oh God, I hope so. I would think he'd be back.
Yeah, and losing our best offensive line definitely doesn't help either. So hopefully Michigan can get that figured out.
Well,
by the time the game starts,
they moved Barnhart into right guard, and the question is Trente, who he was at right tackle before. Can he go back to being what he was like last year or something? Because it looked like he was a little nervous, towards the end of the year when he got put back in.
Yeah,
if he
can
go
at right guard is a big downgrade, I think.
I think guard is more a natural position for Barnhart. I didn't like him as a tackle. I didn't think he had that lateral movement.
I would have thought Trente. He's a little bit bigger, right? Like he's a little bit like I would have thought he might go inside the guard before.
He's a little bit quicker off the snap than Barnhart.
Can I ask a question about Bama really quick? Why is it that their mascot is an elephant? I never understood that.
Yeah, Jack's Cyclopedia.
Have you seen Alabama women?
I don't either, Erica.
Oh man!
No, this is a question for the Jack Cyclopedia.
For sure.
I'm asking a serious question. Why is it though?
Well, that's something I'll definitely have to read up on for sure.
Yeah, let us
I got another question.
Yeah, while you're at it, kind of the whole reason why Auburn's are Tigers, but they call each other Warriors.
I got another question. What is the Crimson Tide?
Let's not answer that one, please.
Oh,
geez. So your name is Crimson Tide, and you have an elephant as a mascot. That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, we need to kind of put that one to rest.
Jackson, did you want to anything else on
the Wolverines when there's no documents of any Wolverines ever lived?
Wolverines are not native to the state of
Michigan. We had Biff the Wolverine mascot back in the 20s. So
yeah, but they're not native.
We had a real live Wolverine in the game.
Oh my God!
But also, I mean,
how many times to lighten the mood, and that did not work.
But the other thing is, I mean, if you've ever traveled around Louisiana, how many tigers do you see?
Those I think both Auburn and LSU. Those are homages to like war units or something. I know that's the case for LSU. LSU, it was some sort of infantry unit from Louisiana.
It could be worse. You could be called the Jackrabbits, like South Dakota.
That's an awesome name. South Dakota State.
I like them.
I like that name. I like their whole color scheme and their uniform and everything. It's cool.
Kind of like Ohio. The state of Ohio's got a team that's the Golden Flash. I think that one's cool too.
And the Zips.
Yep,
Right
Zips, Akron Zips.
Right next door.
What is the zip?
Flashes.
Akron is Zips.
A lot of speed in that game.
Yep. Well, if anybody is interested in the story of Biff, the Michigan Wolverine, I've posted that link. People can have fun with that. But they actually, it's funny because the commercial, the recent Heisman House commercial with Charles Woodson, it was actually historically accurate, kind of, because he was hearkening back to the 1927. So check that out if you want to. Jackson, let's go to you first for any final Bama commentary / final thought. Where can people find you on the internet?
Well, we'll say though, I'm excited about the 2024 edition of the granddaddy of them all. I love seeing Alabama play in Pasadena, California for the Rose Bowl, because I mean, the last time they were in the Rose Bowl, it was in the Jerry Dome for, well, obvious reasons. But I'm so happy that Alabama's back in Pasadena. It's going to be amazing seeing Alabama, Michigan play each other. And, we've cut down on the penalties quite a lot, as I stated a little while ago. But we do need to work on our O-line. And I do believe that Jalen Milroe, oh, man, he has been fantastic this season. He's gotten so better, a lot better from earlier in the season. He's gotten so much better.
Did you see anybody see that Tyler Buckner hit the transfer portal?
Yeah,
he's going to play lacrosse.
Yeah.
How about
that? Man, those dudes are pretty tough too. I tell you what, I hate to be on their bad side.
Yeah,
he's probably better at lacrosse, honestly.
Yeah,
his bar's pretty low, but
yeah, I guess college football. I'm sorry that it didn't work out for him. I'm sad that it didn't pan out well. But lacrosse been a new adventure for him.
All right, Jackson. And I do have your links up, so everybody follow Jackson on all the various YouTube, Twitter, Instagram threads, and the Jacksonian Show.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. And I will say, though, tomorrow night it's going to be a fun discussion that Jeffrey from Only Talk Sports, Todd Guy, and myself will be discussing with John and friends on Wolverines Live on Tuesday night. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Michigan Football at the Voice College Football. But you can also check out the latest episode, the Jacksonian from Friday that I had on, from where I had Richie Barnes, the co-host of Double Fries No Slaw, where we talk about the Florida State snub from the college football playoff, and we talk about what Kirk Herbstreit really thinks about Florida State. Is there some bad blood between him and Richie Barnes?
They don't care about Kirk Herbstreit.
I will say, if you want to know for sure, be sure to check out on the link for sure on YouTube and on X. And last Wednesday, I had episode 20 of the Jacksonian with Zach Seco, host of Locked On Nittany Lions. That was a pretty fun discussion where we talked a little bit about Penn State football, what's going to be done in the upcoming 2024 season, what needs to be worked on for that, and what are they going to do against Ole Miss in the Peach Bowl. But Wednesday night, I have episode 22 of the Jacksonian with George Georgitis, the co-host of Seminoles Live on Florida State football at the Voice College Football and co-host of the Renegade Report, where we discuss it all, everything involving Florida State, what is going on. And we discuss a little bit between the bad blood between Kirk Herbstreit and Florida State fans. And Friday afternoon, I will be releasing episode 23 of the Jacksonian with Locked On Pac-12, Locked On Ducks host Spencer McLaughlin, where we will be discussing.
Spencer. Okay.
Yep. It's going to be a fun one. We'll be discussing the reunion of the Oregon State rivalry, the Washington State rivalry, Is the last season of the Pac-12 similar to the last season of the Southwest Conference? I know it's certainly better than the last season of the Southwest Conference, but it will be a fun one, and it will be released first on X, then on YouTube. Stay tuned,
right.
everybody.
Stay tuned, and so check out everything that Jackson's working on. Jackson does do a fantastic job of getting strong guests every week. He had a down week. He did have a down week when he had me on, so he had one down week. But then but overall, it's been very solid.
Using that for the charity write-off.
It's always pretty
you
cool
be
talking
nice
with
to Double
you, John.
J.
I wouldn't consider that a down week. I consider that an awesome week, especially when it's about Michigan, Ohio State.
Yeah, no, that was I enjoyed. That was just fun.
And
having fun.
Talking
That
about
was a good
Bill
episode.
Byrd giving his take on Jim Harbaugh getting
Gotta
the
love
once
it.
over.
Gotta
That
love
was
it.
awesome right there.
Jackson, we always appreciate you stopping by, and we'll see you tomorrow night for Michigan Wolverines Live.
Thank you for having me on. I always appreciate coming on here and talking some Big Ten football with you guys, man. And y'all stay safe, stay warm. It's cold out.
See you, Double J.
Over here than there.
All right. Later,
Check
Double
out
J.
the USC show tonight on USC Football, Voice College Football.
Yes, absolutely. Trojan Conquest Live coming up at 11 p.m. Eastern. All right, Jackson. Thanks a lot.
See you, John.
And later. And next up, we've got Erica. Final thought, and where can people find you?
I think I've already preached enough tonight, ranted enough. Kind of out of energy at this point. Sorry about that. So I'll just say that if you want more rants from me, from yours truly, follow me on Twitter. John, if you could put the link, that would be awesome. On my Twitter, I usually talk about Iowa Hawkeyes, both women's basketball and college football. So if you're a fan of the awesome Caitlin Clark, follow me. I also post pictures of travels and cute dogs, and sometimes I get political as well. So if any of that interests you, feel free to follow. If not, that's okay as well. Other than that, I'm excited to see whenever we get, I know I keep mentioning it, but man, this OC hire, I'm telling you, it's the most important of Kirk's era at Iowa. So I am just really, really excited to see who he chooses, and looking forward to it. Hopefully whoever it is brings a quarterback, and that's pretty much it. Thanks as always for having me on and for letting me rant here tonight about Iowa and its offense and everything else. So appreciate it.
Always great having you, Erica. Thanks so much.
You have a good evening. Thank you.
You too. All right, and we got next up, we got Mike Fort. Final thought for you.
Oh, like I said, I've already given my thoughts. Just kind of broke down how I view Michigan and Alabama, matching up at offense, defense, special teams, coaching. Looking forward to the game. I don't think it's going to be a blowout either way, and everybody just kind of get in their trash talk, because once January 2nd hits, there's going to be a lot less trash talk for one side.
That's true. So somebody's gonna have some humble pie, and we'll see which side it is.
And and if we win, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and make a list of all the University of Alabama football podcasts that I can find online. I'll encourage you to go there and give them sort of humble pie. Make sure you hit them all, because there's plenty of them. Because football isn't a sport in the South; it's a religion. So there's a lot of them.
Right.
You need to go down there. You need to go down there, and you need to
be organized.
Yep. That way we can kind of hit them full force, just like we will on New Year's Day.
There you go. All right, Mike. Always great to see you.
Have a good one, guys.
Go Blue.
Go Blue.
All right. Next up, Sean. Final thought for you.
Well, just very exciting weekend this week. All my fantasy football teams made the playoffs, so that was the biggest football news this week for me. So got that going on, and we got some bowl games coming up next week, and signing day. When is signing day, John? It's like a week, or it's like next week sometime, right?
So they can sign their national letter of intent starting December 20th.
Okay, so today is the 11th, so that would be next Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a fan of college football, that's one of the most important days of the year. So definitely keep an eye on that, and I will be. The name Jeremiah Smith will show up on a lot of Twitter and Google searches for me over the next week. So
I believe it.
All right.
All right, Sean.
Are you doing a show next week? You have a plan?
Probably the Ocho.
Yep. Okay.
Probably.
Cool. So
yeah. Mark sometimes will bring on some other representation, so you never know. But as far as I'm aware,
all right. Okay. I didn't know if there was going to be a little bit of a break or not, but no, I guess not. You guys, all right. Take care, John. Take care, Moose.
All right. Bye, Sean.
See
you, Sean.
And last but certainly not least, we got Moose for final thought. And where can people find you?
You can find me on Twix if you want to post a link down there. I'm pretty much on there for recruiting, like I said before. I do do a little trash talking as well, but every now and then. But I'm mainly on there for recruiting. But I pretty much said everything I had to say tonight. I gave my take on the game. I am excited that there are some bowl games coming up because I'm getting kind of itchy for not having be able to watch football. It's been a couple of weeks since we've seen football. It's kind of weird, but yeah, I just think that Bama fans are pretty overconfident, man. I don't see that game being a blowout either way. I think it's going to be a really competitive, good game, and I think Michigan's going to win by 3. But we'll find. But that's why the games are played, though, right? Or I'm sorry, John. That's why the games are played, though, right, John? I guess we'll find out on the field on January 1st, and then all the talking will be gone. So, thanks for having me on tonight. I appreciate it as always. And go Blue.
Go Blue. Thanks, Moose. Adam saying Eric is one of the best commentators. Yes, very true. Even though Adam, you and I disagree about the Alabama-Michigan matchup, we do agree on that. Mike Fort said we just had Army-Navy. Yes, we did. And for those of you who watched that game, I watched about half of it. And what I noticed was that Army is now in a shotgun formation primarily. I think Navy's still in their traditional flexbone triple option, but Army seems to be modernizing at least from their base formation. So I thought that was kind of interesting. They still don't pass a lot, but Monken's trying to modernize. I think because of the blocks, the change in the NCAA rules about the blocks. That might be why they did that. The first bowl game, we've got some bowl games coming up on the 15th. So the 15th is Albany. Albany is playing South Dakota State. We also have the Myrtle Beach Bowl, Georgia Southern versus Ohio, as in the University of Ohio, not Ohio State, which we also like to call Ohio sometimes for fun. So we got some great matchups on the 16th. We've got Howard, Florida A&M. We've got Jacksonville State, Louisiana in the New Orleans Bowl. So look out because we got some interesting matchups here. Maybe not, but at least it's football. And that's, at least we'll have football to watch. Any final comments from the knuckleheads? The voice of college football. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, we played the 2019 version. Do you remember? It was we had to beat Army in overtime. That was definitely one of the not so much highlights of that season. Greed Moose beat Bama. DF, absolutely. Thanks everybody. So a couple of comments, a couple of things to remind everybody. Of course, when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, as many of us do from time to time, we have a link in every video, in every description section for Voice of College Football. And then Mark Rogers gets a couple of bucks. So what's wrong with that? Join our Patreon, join our YouTube membership as low as $2.99, and then you get access to our Discord. We talk college football all the time. Also, it's the Christmas season. Get your merch. And if you order now, you should be able to make it. But you definitely want to get your orders in like today, tomorrow, especially if you're trying to make it for Christmas. We got all kinds of products, good stuff for your, if people ask you, well, what do you want for Christmas? You can send them the link to Voice of College Football, get some merch, or you can get merch for your friends, your family, your neighbors, any college football fan or enthusiast. Voice of College Football merch store. I'm going to put the link right here in the chat so that everybody can get their merch for the holiday season. There it is, and it looks like Moose beat me. And yes, Ticket Smarter with Ticket Smarter. We do have basketball season coming up. There's still obviously playoff games and bowl games that you could go to. So use promo code BIG for $10 off a $100 purchase, BIG20 for $20 off a $300 purchase or more. Other than that, we do, of course, as we've said a couple of times, I am very excited about tomorrow night's Michigan Wolverines live show on the Michigan channel, 8 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have the Sweet Home Alabama panel. So we'll have Jackson Johnson, we'll have Jeff, a.k.a. Tide Guy, and we'll have Jeffrey from Only Talk Sports representing the Alabama panel. And we're going to be talking all about Alabama. We're going to be talking about the matchup, the players to keep in mind on offense, defense, and of course, predictions and all of that good stuff. So join us tomorrow night for the Alabama panel on Michigan Wolverines Live. Hey, it's just me, Tim. Please let us speak. I don't know what's going on. This is live. It's live. We're live right now. Yes, we are. Don't listen to Mike. We are live for another 30 seconds. Troy thought this was a Big Ten chat. Boy, was I wrong. Well, so the thing is, Troy, technically this is the Big Ten live show. But we had a Bama fan on. We had another Bama fan call in. So we do let non-Big Ten people in. We had Darel in not that long before I joined. So depending on the situation, we'll bring on non-Big Ten people. We don't want to exclude, but we try to make the people on the panel big, mostly Big Ten representation. And yes, Erica points out Michigan is playing Alabama. So by the nature of that, we're going to have some Alabama people. And of course, we will tomorrow night as well. Wait, Darel isn't a Big Ten. I think Darel might be a secret Big Ten fan. I think deep down, I think he knows he wants to root for the Big Ten. All right. Coming up next at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific, Trojans Conquest Live with Mark Rogers, Tim Prangley, and Matt Zemek is coming up. So what I'm going to do, the episode, this is funny. The episode is called Lincoln Riley is Serious About Defense. And I'm going to leave that right where it sits. And you can agree or disagree with that take. But that's the title of the episode. Lincoln Riley is Serious About Defense. I think they're probably alluding to the assistant head coach for defense hire. So I'm putting the link right here. Trojans Conquest Live at 11 p.m. Eastern. Go ahead, and if you don't have time to actually watch at the very least, help them out by clicking the like button. It only takes a second, and it helps get them started for the 11 o'clock show. Let's see. Anything here? Doesn't get more north versus south than that. Yeah, it's pretty geographically opposed, isn't it? Good night, Golden Playbook. We appreciate you stopping by. Honorary Big Ten member, Golden Playbook, a Notre Dame fan, honorary Big Ten. They are Big Ten in men's ice hockey. And soon, I think they might be one day in the next 10 years, Big Ten in football too. You never know. They know they want to be Big Ten members. Yes, Gizmo did make a brief appearance. Usually after 2 hours, he starts to make appearances on the show because he gets a little antsy. Erica does say Notre Dame will be one day in the Big Ten. Golden Playbook, I'm rooting for you guys to beat Bama. Thank you. And I'm hearing lots of people. Look, might have said that a couple of weeks ago when Jim Harbaugh said that Michigan was America's team, he got made fun of. But then Alabama got put in the playoffs over 13-0 Florida State, and a bunch of people decided they were going to root for Michigan. So America's team, there you go. Gizmo. This is Gizmo. Everybody wants to see him. There he is. Gizmo is going to join me for Trojan Conquest Live in the chat, hosted by Tim Prangley, Matt Zemek, and Mark Rogers, voice of college football. And until next time, this is John D'Adamo saying, go blue, and see you next time.